the magician in the world of Doraemon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Snail House. So, Yu and Dazi killed 1000 enemies and lost 800 of his own, sacrificing a full 3 hours of time to help Nobita, a poor student, complete his studies. Just when he felt desperate, he finally finished reviewing the mathematics he had learned during this period. When Nobita said he was done, both of them lay on the table. Nobita was so tired, and Yu and Dazi was angry. No wonder this guy always got 0 points in the original work. It turns out there is a reason. He paid too much to break the rules of this world. Looking at the time, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Before giving Nobita tutoring, Yu and Dazi had already told his adoptive parents that he would not go back for lunch today and reported that he was safe. Now it's time to go back. Yu and Dazi refused the invitation of Nobita's parents to stay for dinner. Anyway, the distance between the two houses was less than 10 minutes away. On the way, he was upset and thought, I should have known not to help him with tutoring. When he got home, Deki was helping his mother cook, and his father was watching TV. Although the couple usually ignored the children, they were quite good at doing things. Moreover, Yu and Dazi only realized, now that what he had said before, that he should treat the two children equally, was a joke, because they basically did not care about Yu and Dazi, nor did they care about Demushin. She greeted him to prove that she was back, and then went into the kitchen to help her adoptive mother cook dinner with Demushin. There are not many Japanese dishes, but they are generally more delicate, so it takes more time. The next morning, Yu and Dazi got up early as usual, a little earlier than Demushin. At this time, his adoptive parents were just about to leave, and he occasionally watched his parents leave from the window. After his parents left, Yu and Dazi would lie on the roof to bask in the sun. He waited until Demushin was about to get up before coming back to change clothes and wash up. After all, it was a bit crowded for 2 people to use the wash basin. At school, the teacher came in this morning and brought bad news. There is an exam today. Yu and Dazi thought, come on, come on, come on. As long as it is not Mandarin, I don't mind anything. After handing out the papers, he looked at the test subject. What? It turned out to be mathematics. It was too easy. Then Yu and Dazi looked at Nobita again, because he just helped Nobita review mathematics yesterday. He didn't know if he would get 0 points today. The teacher arrived as scheduled for the first class in the afternoon and began to hand out the test papers. Izukasu got 100 points, Yu and Dazi got 100 points, Shizuka got 94 points. Nobita got 41 points. Okay, the test papers are all handed out. Nobita has made great progress this time. It seems that he has been studying very hard recently. Let's give him a round of applause. The whole class applauded to celebrate for him. Nobita also smiled with a red face. 41 points. It's still not very good. He only got this score after reviewing yesterday. His foundation is really too poor. But he didn't volunteer yesterday, and the time was not long, so the effect is still good. But the good times didn't last long. Soon Nobita was scolded by the teacher in public for sleeping in class, and then he was driven out of the classroom and stood in the corridor as punishment. Dazi couldn't help but hold his forehead. This guy's really hopeless. After class, Yu and Dazi walked to Nobita's seat, put away his test paper, and planned to go back later to help him correct it, and then return it to him. After all, the room is his tutor, and if his grades are always so bad, Yu and Dazi will be very distressed. And if his grades can be improved, he thinks his salary can also increase a little. Well, Yu and Dazi admitted that the main purpose is to increase the salary. School was over soon. He took the half-corrected test paper and went back first. Because Nobita was criticized by the teacher again, he was too lazy to wait for Nobita. Anyway, it doesn't take long to correct this thing, and their 2 families are not far away. When the correction is done, just send it over directly. Why wait here for him to finish being scolded before telling him? After Nobita was scolded by the teacher, he came back to pack up and left in a hurry. If he went back late, He might be scolded by his mother. Running home, Nobita said to his mother, "I'm back," and then planned to go upstairs to put his school bag. But the mother in the living room suddenly called Nobita. "Nobita, come here, I have something to tell you." Nobita had no choice but to come over and kneel in front of his mother. "I heard that you had an exam today." Nobita nodded. His mother said unkindly, "Show me the test paper." Huh, what? It turned out to be this matter. Anyway, it's not 0 points. Mom won't be angry when she sees it. Maybe she will even praise me for my progress. Thinking of this, Nobita began to search his school bag. But what he didn't expect was that after searching for a long time and turning the school bag upside down, Nobita couldn't find his test paper with 41 points. What happened? It's not 0 points after all. Nobita was anxious in his heart. And the mother had lost her patience. "Nobita, did you fail the test again and hide the test paper and then pretend that you didn't have an exam today to get away with it?" Nobita waved his hands hurriedly, and just when he wanted to argue, his mother didn't give him a chance at all. "Really? How can you lie? Mom hates children who lie the most. There was originally steak tonight, but there is no steak for you. When you come to my senses and apologize to me, I will make dinner for you." After saying that, the mother walked out of the reception room. Nobita felt wronged because he was misunderstood. Even my mother doesn't believe me. Thinking of this, she cried. She went upstairs while crying and once again began to play the victim in front of Doraemon, wanting to beg Doraemon for help. Doraemon heard the whole story and said, "There is nothing we can do about it. After all, you have told too many lies in the past, and it is normal that you are not trusted." Nobita cried even harder after hearing this. Okay, I know. I will lend it to you. I'll find it. This is it. Snail house. After saying that, he took out a snail shell. "As long as you live in this room, people outside will never be able to do anything to you. But I want more snacks today." Nobita agreed repeatedly, and Doraemon gave Nobita the snail house. After a while, his mother came up and said to him in the snail house, "Nobita, I will forgive you if you apologize." After hearing what his mother said, Nobita felt nothing in his heart and even stuck his head out and made a face. His mother's face turned red with anger and she said to Nobita fiercely, "Nobita, you don't have dinner today." After that, she went downstairs angrily and the floor was stomped loudly. Nobita heard that his mother had left, so he came out of the snail house and began to quietly go downstairs to look for snacks today. In the restaurant, he saw 2 plates of dorayaki. Just as he was about to pick up a plate, Doraemon stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Nobita, didn't I say that I want more snacks today?" So, Doraemon divided the 4 dorayaki into plates with a ratio of 1 to 3 and picked up the plate with 3 dorayaki himself. Nobita chuckled and said, "Of course, snacks are more important at this time." Then he snatched Doraemon's plate away. Doraemon was very sensitive when it came to dorayaki and immediately took the snail shell off Nobita's butt. Nobita didn't care at all and wanted to leave with the snacks. However, when he left the restaurant, he saw his angry mother outside and he ran back in fear, put the plate in Doraemon's hand, and then took the snail shell from him. Doraemon chuckled and ate the dorayaki happily. Nobita, who escaped the disaster, did not repent and ran to the door. Seeing the classic combination of Fat Tiger and Sunia, he stuck his head out and continued to provoke them and made faces. Both of them were young and energetic, and they couldn't stand it anymore, so they raised their fists and started to fight. Unfortunately, this snail shell was made of technology from the future world, and they couldn't destroy it. When they were tired of fighting, they covered their red and swollen hands and left. Before leaving, he angrily said, "Nobita, we will let you go this time, but it won't be so easy. To see you next time." Nobita once again stretched his head out and made faces at them, but the 2 of them no longer had the energy to continue beating him, so they left angrily. And as he finally finished correcting Nobita's test paper and wrote down the process of solving the problem on a piece of paper. Looking at the 2 pages of paper, he lamented that he didn't work so hard at the beginning, and now that he has become smaller, he is so tired. Forget it, let's make a quick decision. After folding the test paper in the process of solving the problem, he took out the magic wand and cast a wind spell on himself, turning into a residual shadow and running towards Nobita's home. 2 minutes later, Yu and Dazi appeared at the door of Nobita's house. When he walked to the door of his house, he saw a huge snail shell. There was a head on it. Am I dazzled? Or has the snail become a spirit? When he saw the face clearly, his tone suddenly became disdainful. What? It's Nobita. That snail shell should be a prop of Doraemon. I thought we were going to fight. He walked over. Nobita saw Yu and Dazi coming over and thought, it's Yu again. Let me teach you a lesson. He made faces at him. Yu and Dazi looked at Nobita expressionlessly and thought, is it you, Nobita, who is too proud, or I, Yu and Dazi, who can't lift the knife anymore? Nobita looked at him expressionlessly and didn't know when this guy would hit him, but he kept doing it. Seeing this, Yu and Dazi thought, you're not done yet, are you? So he stepped forward and punched Nobita in the face. After using the wind spell, his speed was beyond the reach of ordinary people, not to mention Nobita, who was slow-witted. Before Nobita could react, he was knocked out by Yu and Dazi's punch and fell down. Yu and Dazi pulled him out of the snail shell and carried him and the snail shell back in. Dear book friends, happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 27 Fat Tiger Sings. Nobita's mother saw someone coming in and hurried out. Then she saw Yu and Dazi holding Nobita in one hand and holding a snail shell in the other hand standing at the door. She was stunned. What was wrong with this appearance? Yu and Dazi saw Nobita's mother coming out and said, Auntie, I found these things at the door. They should be yours, right? Nobita's mother twitched her mouth. Ah, it seems so. He threw Nobita and the snail shell down together, making a clanging sound on the ground. Nobita was also awakened by the vibration, covering his face and crying in pain. Doraemon heard the noise and came down. Yu and Dazi felt that it was time to talk about business. Auntie, this is Nobita's test paper. I took it back to do some corrections. Please supervise and let him take a good look. I have made some progress in this exam, and I want to continue to work hard. As he said, he handed the test paper to Nobita Mako. Auntie took it and looked at it. She found that Nobita scored 41 points, not 0 points. She was so happy. Let's make steak tonight. No one can stop me. Nobita also reacted and began to make demands to his mother, such as more pocket money, more snacks, etc. Because Nobita's test scores improved, his aunt misunderstood him, so she was ready to agree to his unreasonable request. At this time, his aunt also remembered that Yu and Dazi secretly took Nobita's test paper, so she said to him, Dazi, I appreciate your wish that Nobita's grades will be better, but I hope you can tell Nobita next time, okay? You said this. I wanted to tell Nobita, but he was punished by the teacher for sleeping in class, and he was kept after class, so I didn't tell him. Anyway, our two families are not far away. Yu and Dazi just finished speaking. Nobita's mother's face changed again. Steak, go to his steak. Give him a slap of love first. Nobita, who was making demands, instantly realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to go back to Snail House. But Yu and Dazi was quick-witted and immediately stuffed the lost property into Doraemon's pocket. Having just done a good deed, Yu and Dazi felt refreshed and couldn't help but sigh. I'm such a good person. As for the screams coming from behind, he knew nothing. Yu and Dazi saw that they seemed to have no time to pay attention to him, so he went back first. After returning home, Yu and Dazi and Chumashin cooked dinner together. In the evening, they read books together as usual, talked about what happened during the day, and then went to bed. But unexpectedly, on Tuesday, he encountered the biggest crisis since entering this world. What did you say? You agreed to go to Fat Tiger's concert, and you also asked me to go? Yu and Dazi looked at Chumashin with an unbelievable expression. No wonder Nobita said today that I don't have to help him with tutoring. It turns out that Fat Tiger invited you to listen to the song? If you want to go, just go by yourself. Why bring me? I still want to live a few more years. Chumashin was embarrassed. After all, he also knew how terrible the lethality of Fat Tiger's concert was. Because Fat Tiger said that you refused to go the last few times he invited you, so he wanted me to take you along. I was pestered and had no choice but to agree. Dekisugi touched his head a little unconfidently and smiled awkwardly. Yu and Daisy took 2 deep breaths to calm the magic power surging in his sea of consciousness, and resisted the urge to slap the person in front of him, and the people at the concert to death, and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. I'll go. In his previous life, Yu and Daisy had heard fat tigers singing on TV, and it was listed as the 2 most terrifying music in the Doraemon world together with Shizuka's violin, but Shizuka's violin seemed to be even better. Although it felt a little unpleasant in front of the computer, it was processed. And now here, there is the blessing of the world's rules. In other words, fat tiger's singing is the unpleasantest singing voice certified by the world. That's great. Dekisugi breathed a sigh of relief, worried that Yu and Daisy would break his promise if he didn't go. Let's go together after we finish our homework. Then he patted Yu and Daisy's shoulder and said, "It's okay, we are all with you." He was roaring in his heart, "I don't want to accompany you. What do you want to listen to me?" He just stared at Chimushan angrily and started to write his homework angrily. Humph, if it weren't for Chimushan's face, you want me to go to Fat Tiger's concert? Do you believe me? Thinking of this, Yu and Daisy snorted coldly and scratched the paper with a rustling sound. He finished his homework quickly, and there was only a short time before Fat Tiger's concert in the open space. Although he had no habit of smoking in his past and present lives, he wanted to light a cigarette to relieve himself at this moment. But it was obvious that he didn't have any tools to commit the crime, and he wouldn't smoke in front of Zio-chan, so he had to pick up a natural encyclopedia on the bookshelf and read it. It was almost time. Yu and Daisy and Chimushan went out and happened to meet Nobita and Doraemon, who were also going out on the road. Haha, what a coincidence. You guys are also going to Fat Tiger's concert. Nobita was the only one who could ask for a beating like that. For some reason, he had been waiting for Yu and Daisy to make a fool of himself for a long time. Now that he saw that he was going to Fat Tiger's concert, he was extremely happy. Haha. Yu and Daisy responded expressionlessly, with 1,000 alpacas running through his heart. Who would want to listen to this? It's all because of their teammates, right? Thinking of this, he glared at Demuton again. Demuton quickly tried to smooth things over. In that case, let's go together. They appeared in the open space soon after. Fat Tiger had placed a wooden box next to the cement pipe in the open space as his stage, and was waiting for everyone to enter. When Fat Tiger saw Yu and Daisy and the others, he immediately came over to greet them cordially, especially patting Daisy on the shoulder. "Student Gian, you are finally willing to come to my concert. I will definitely surprise you." Hearing his words, Daisy just wanted to say 1,000 haha to him. He would be really surprised. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist and blast this place with a fireball. He swore in his heart with an expressionless face that, if it was really too bad, he would use magic to deal with Fat Tiger. He could not wrong anyone but himself. After making up his mind, Yu and Daisy found a more remote place to sit down and waited quietly for the concert to start. After a while, Sunia and Shizuka also came, and some unrecognizable people also came. Seeing that these people were not very willing, they should have been persuaded by Fat Tiger's physical persuasion. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fat Tiger stood on the stage. Daisy looked at the watch and was very punctual, at least much better than the star in his previous life who started the concert at 9 o'clock and showed his face at 10 o'clock. Next, Fat Tiger gave an opening speech as usual and started his own performance. An unbearable voice came from Fat Tiger's throat. "I'm Fat Tiger, I'm the king of children." Invisible sound waves spread from the side. When Yu and Daisy heard this voice, he felt his ears tremble, and the devilish sound rushed into his mind. After entering the sea of consciousness, even his sea of consciousness began to vibrate, emitting waves. Yu and Daisy covered his ears and thought hard. I didn't expect that an ordinary person could actually use soul attacks. Is this the power of the world's rules? Too powerful. Just when he couldn't help it, Doraemon took action. "Fat Tiger, stop for a moment." Fat Tiger was very confused, but still stopped his singing. "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Try this. This candy is very good for the throat." Doraemon took out a pink candy from the 4-dimensional pocket and gave it to Fat Tiger. After eating it, Fat Tiger licked his lips. It was quite sweet. Then he returned to the stage and continued to sing. but this was no longer the tone-deaf voice before, but a very resolute and masculine voice. Doraemon whispered to Nobita, "I recorded the voices of the stars on TV, so it won't sound bad." And as he also heard it, and thought to himself, "Voice a print candy, I seem to remember the plot. Since you helped me, I will help you when Fat Tiger takes revenge on you." Although the following songs were not good, they were basically listenable. So everyone applauded with all their strength at the end of the concert, and were glad that they had escaped this time. Thank you everyone. Fat Tiger bowed to express his gratitude. Then today's concert ends here. Everyone in the audience left as soon as possible. Fat Tiger also felt that the song he sang this time was not bad, and it must be that Doraemon's candy had a miraculous effect. Suddenly, he remembered that there was an audition tomorrow and he ran over to sign up. And as he and Dekisugi returned home, clasped their hands together, and said to him, "I beg you, if there are such activities in the future, please don't call me." It was late. Doraemon was playing with Nobita, and suddenly someone came to find them. "What? You signed up for the audition of I'm the Future Star?" Nobita and Doraemon shouted in unison. "Yeah. So Doraemon, do you still have candy this afternoon? Can you give me one? Please Doraemon." Then he hugged Doraemon. Okay, I get it. I'll give it to you." Doraemon couldn't stand it anymore and finally had to compromise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. I still have to do it myself. On Wednesday, because he didn't give Nobita extra lessons on Tuesday, and Dazzy had to work overtime today, otherwise he wouldn't get paid. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Nobita suddenly said, "It's 4 o'clock, why don't we watch TV? Today's audition program is on, and Fat Tiger will be on stage." He ran downstairs, and turned on the TV without caring about and Dazzy next to him. The TV program selection really started. The first few people performed mediocrely, and then the host said, "Next, let's invite Fat Tiger to sing the song I'm the King of Children for us." Doraemon suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, "Oh, I forgot to tell him that the effect of the pill is only half an hour. If he eats it in advance, then his horrible singing will spread all over Japan, and then you two will die without a burial place. Don't worry, I will bring you a wreath when I visit the grave. Do you like white chrysanthemums?" And Dazzy continued with an expressionless face. Nobita and Doraemon were so scared that they hugged each other, trembling all over. "Please don't say such terrible things in such a calm tone, okay?" And Dazzy tilted his head and said, "I'm just stating the facts. After all, you made him lose face in front of the national audience, and he was still rational to leave you a corpse." The two of them wanted to say something else, but they heard the familiar voice of Fat Tiger. "Hello, everyone, I'm Fat Tiger." Nobita and the others knew they were finished, because that was the original voice of Gouda Takeshi. While they were stunned, and Dazzy flashed out of the living room. He really didn't want to hear that kind of voice that came with a soul attack again. After a while, the TV came out with that headache-inducing sound. Then, he ended this after-school tutoring early on the grounds that he was mentally injured after listening to the song. The next morning, Fat Tiger came to the classroom angrily, and the atmosphere in the whole classroom became depressed. Those who didn't watch TV yesterday afternoon didn't understand. That's right, they said Mushan. As the smartest person in the class, of course he noticed that Fat Tiger was not right, but he didn't ask. When that guy gets mad, he doesn't care if the person in front of him is the class monitor or not. After a while, a timid figure appeared in front of the door. And Dazzy opened the induction technique and it was indeed Nobita. He sighed and stood up. Who told him to help Nobita? As soon as Nobita walked into the classroom, the atmosphere became subtle. Fat Tiger slapped the table and stood up. The aura of the whole person instantly increased from 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters, and the light in the classroom dimmed a little. Slowly walking towards Nobita, Dekisugi couldn't wait any longer, and stood up to block Nobita. As a class monitor, his duty was to protect his classmates, so he had to stand beside Nobita no matter what. Dekisugi, This matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way. Fat Tiger's remaining rationality made him remind Dekishin to get out of the way. Unfortunately, Dekishin was determined to fulfill his duty and was unmoved. Fat Tiger didn't say anything more and raised his hand to punch Dekishin aside, but his hand was held by another hand. Looking back, and as he was already standing behind him. I don't care what grudges you have, but if you fight here, I promise to throw you out. If you don't believe me, you can try it. After saying that, and as he exerted force on his hand, and Fat Tiger felt that the force from his hand was going to crush his hand bones. He had no choice but to turn around and say, I know. And as he then let go of his hand, Fat Tiger angrily shook his right hand and said to Nobita, you're lucky now. Then he went back to his seat and sat there sulking. Nobita and Dekisu breathed a sigh of relief, thanked and Daisuke, and went back to their seats. Nobita accidentally turned around and saw Fat Tiger and found that Fat Tiger was staring at him intently, and he trembled all over. The day's class ended quickly. Fat Tiger looked at Nobita and smiled. Nobita also noticed it and didn't even dare to turn his head, so he moved closer to and Daisuke. And classmate, let's go home together. You still have to help me with tutoring today. As he said that, he grabbed and Daisuke's hand. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to let go, and that he really wanted to go to his house, and Daisuke agreed to his request. Fat Tiger bit the straps on his school bag, but he didn't dare to do anything with and Daisuke around. He had no choice but to follow them. In this way, he followed them all the way to Nobita's door. Seeing that he was still unwilling to let Nobita go easily, and Daisuke had to say to Nobita, you go in first, I'll talk to him. Then he pushed Nobita into the door, and Daisuke stayed behind, intending to reason with Fat Tiger. Don't get me wrong, it's not a physical principle. He knew that Fat Tiger must have resentment in his heart, but now a day has passed. And Daisuke deliberately left him alone for a day, and his anger had almost dissipated. What supported him was only the remaining resentment and dissatisfaction. Although Doraemon was also wrong in this matter, it was mainly caused by Fat Tiger's envy and comparison, and he himself was not right. So in this case, just talk it over. Fat Tiger, you have been following Nobita all the time. Is it because Doraemon's props failed yesterday afternoon? Fat Tiger nodded. Seeing that he was willing to communicate, he only needed to guide the conversation. You are so angry. Is it because Doraemon embarrassed you in front of the national audience yesterday afternoon? Need I say that? Of course. Fat Tiger clenched his fists, and his patience should have been almost worn out. Then, let me ask you, did Doraemon force you to sign up? When Fat Tiger heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then said, of course not. And as he smiled, this guy's brain is simple, and he only needs to guide him a little. So he struck while the iron was hot and did not give him time to think carefully and continued to ask, since you wanted to cheat with Doraemon's props but failed, then why do you put the blame on Doraemon? Don't you have any fault in this matter? You don't have the real talent. Even if you stand on the stage, your true colors will be exposed sooner or later. So this matter is caused by your greed. Think about it. If you really have the ability to make the audience cheer for you, then even if Doraemon's props fail, you won't be embarrassed. Before blaming others, won't you reflect on yourself? Fat Tiger lowered his head and thought carefully. What he said made some sense, but I always felt that something was wrong. So, you embarrassed yourself because of your greed. You can't blame others. Instead, you almost hurt Nobita and Dekisugi. Shouldn't you apologize? Then, and Daisuke didn't give him time to think again, and pushed Fat Tiger into the door. Nobita was eavesdropping inside the door, and Doraemon also came down. He knew it clearly. Fat Tiger looked at Doraemon and Nobita inside, and didn't know what to say. He couldn't bring himself to hit someone. After all, what Yuen said made sense, but he couldn't say sorry either. He was obviously the victim, right? Just when Fat Tiger was struggling, Nobita and Doraemon spoke first. No need to apologize. We are also wrong in this matter. Please don't take it to heart. Fat Tiger looked at them like this and didn't know what to say, so he turned around and left. He thought to himself, I'll let you go this time. Nobita and Doraemon saw Fat Tiger leave, sat back to back on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yu and as he said to them, although I persuaded him to go back, Doraemon was also wrong, so you should find a time to compensate him. If it weren't for your props, Fat Tiger wouldn't be so embarrassed. Doraemon wiped his sweat and said, okay, I got it. Nobita also said, thank you so much today, Yuan. I didn't expect that. Although you look very cold, you are quite helpful. Doraemon next to him also said, yeah, sometimes you are very conceited and don't like to talk. Sometimes you are really annoying. Hearing this, a cross popped up on Yu and Daz's forehead. However, the two seem to be not done yet. That's right, you are the only one who is willing to communicate with Dekisugi all day long. I don't know if you think you look down on us poor students. Yes, and sometimes you have a bad temper and often hit people. You always have that expression of asking for a beating at school all day long, which is really annoying. The two were communicating enthusiastically and suddenly felt a murderer soar next to them. They turned their heads and looked at the door. It seemed that there was a flame on Yuan's head, and now he was snapping his fingers, making a clicking sound. The two realized that they had said the wrong thing. Standing in front of them was Yuan, who was superior to Fat Tiger in terms of intelligence and strength, and had a bad temper. Nobita and Doraemon hugged each other tightly and looked at him with terrified faces. Yu and Dazi once again used the induction technique to confirm that Nobita's mother was not at home. Humph, you dare to be so arrogant when your parents are not at home? It seems that you are very unhappy that you didn't get beaten today. I think you just lack a beating. Let me do what Fat Tiger didn't do for him. A few minutes later, Yu and Dazi walked up the stairs dragging two things. Today was another refreshing day. Chapter 29, Game Journey, Part 1. The next day, after listening to Yu and Daz's persuasion, deception, Fat Tiger was still a little annoyed with Nobita, but he didn't want to hit him. Because there were only classes in the morning today, Friday, everyone left school early. Nobita suddenly asked Yu and Dazi, Fat Tiger, Shizuka and Dekishin to stay for a while, and Sunia also stayed, because he saw Nobita calling Fat Tiger. Nobita had no objection to this, and said to us, in order to thank Dekishin and Yuan for helping me yesterday, and to apologize to Fat Tiger, Doraemon decided to invite everyone to play games in the future world, where you can experience the charm of the game in person, and you can also find everything you want in it. Everyone was very interested after hearing this, and went back to have lunch. See you at 2 PM. After returning home, Yu and Dazi and Chumashin had lunch and asked him, are you going to the activities this afternoon too? Chumashin nodded and said, of course, why not? Then you really surprised me. I thought you, a nerd, would not play games. He began to tease Chumashin. After all, Chumashin studied until late at night every night, which really put a lot of pressure on him. Yu and Dazi swore that the books he read in 4 years of college, except for reference books, were not as good as what this guy had read in the past 2 months. Popular science, mythology, exploration, and wilderness survival. He has read almost all kinds of books he knows. I'm not a nerd. I just like reading. But reading for a long time will make me feel tired, and I want to take a break occasionally. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do today, and I'm not in a hurry for homework, so it's not bad to play games. Chumashin explained seriously. Yu and Dazi just waved his hand to indicate that he understood, and then said, then take a break now. I probably can't sleep this afternoon. Chumashin nodded. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone appeared in Nobita's room. There were 7 people in total, including Doraemon. Doraemon looked around and said, since everyone is here, let's get started. Then he took out a huge book from his pocket. The book said Flame Giant, which should be the main part of the game. Doraemon opened the book, turned to the first page and said, okay, now let's all start the game. This is an adventure treasure hunt game. Nobita ran into the first page first, followed by Fat Tiger and Sunia. Shizuka and Dekishin entered together, and Yu and Dazi also entered, and Doraemon was the last. After entering the book, the first thing that appeared was a white light, and then an angel came down and asked Yu and Dazi what profession he wanted to choose. He looked at it and saw that there were 7 professions: swordsman, shield warrior, berserker, archer, magician, sorcerer, and priest, but only the berserker and sorcerer were still lit. Yu and Daisy wanted to choose sorcerer. After all, it matched his own profession. But just when he was about to say it, the icon of the sorcerer went dark. Damn it, none of the 3 mage professions were left for me. Am I, who relies on intelligence for a living, going to do physical work? There was no choice, he had to choose the berserker in the end. Come on, you haven't used magic to defeat the enemy for so long. Didn't you use your fists when you bullied Fat Tiger? And the stone tablet gave you the moves to beat the monkey. Do you still rely on intelligence to make a living? After choosing the profession, Yu and as he felt his eyes light up and appeared in a village. Everyone around was gathered. He looked at everyone's professions. Nobita was a swordsman, Doraemon was a sorcerer, Fat Tiger was a shield warrior, Sunia was an archer, Shizuka was a priest, and Zaoshin was a magician. The professions chosen by everyone actually fit their personalities. Although Fat Tiger was annoying, he always stood up in times of crisis. Doraemon's props were all kinds of strange, which was very suitable for the weird profession of sorcerer. Izuki is the pinnacle of intelligence, while Shizuka is the representative of kindness. Sunia is very insidious, and an archer with trap skills, and who is not easily involved in danger is the most suitable. Only Nobita, why did this guy choose a swordsman? Yu and Daisy thought for a long time, and there was only one possibility, his brain was broken. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Doraemon said, okay, now let's start our big adventure. Okay. Everyone cheered loudly. Then, an elder came over. It should be the village chief who issued tasks to everyone. Warriors, our village has been invaded by monsters. Please save us. There is a fire giant in the west. He does all kinds of evil. The monsters under his command often rob nearby villages, kidnap young girls, and a large amount of gold and silver jewelry. We are also deeply affected by him. Shizuka couldn't stand this scene the most, and immediately walked over and said, please rest assured, we will definitely help you eradicate the Demon King. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and agreed in unison. That's good. Go west and you will meet his first subordinate, the mushroom monster. That guy will spray a lot of poisonous spores. Please be careful. Go forward and there will be a witch who can confuse people's minds. Be careful not to be enchanted. Then there is a devil's mount, the terrifying dragon, whose terrifying dragon breath will burn everything. At the end of his speech, the old man began to tremble all over. The last one is the devil, the flame giant. I don't know what his ability is, because no one who can see his ability has ever come back alive. I hope you can defeat him and save all of us here, please. After speaking, he bowed deeply. Chumashin hurriedly stepped forward to help him up and said, thank you for your information. It is very important to us. Don't worry, we will definitely come back with good news. Then, everyone set off. After a while, they saw some trees in front of them, but they moved, so they should have become spirits. These should be their first enemies, a few monsters. After all, no one had any good equipment, just some of the most basic ones. For example, Yu and Daz his axe, an axe for chopping trees, holding it in his hand, and saying I'm a berserker? He himself doesn't believe it, right? Everyone is the same, and they need to update their equipment urgently. Wait, the axe for chopping trees seems to be a little useful here. He looked at the axe, and then at the 5 tree demons in front of him, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Okay, let's all go together. Doraemon, as the commander, issued an attack order to everyone. The 3 melee professions should charge forward to leave room for the output and treatment behind. But when they went out, they found that there seemed to be only 2 people. Yu and as he looked back and found that Nobita was standing far away at the back. Sure enough, the coward chose the swordsman because his brain was broken. Without thinking about these, Yu and as he chopped the tree trunk with an axe, leaving a deep mark. The blood bar on the tree demon's head was reduced by about 1/10, and all the tree demons were attracted and wanted to attack him. Fat Tiger also arrived in time, hitting the tree demon in the face with a shield strike, and then hitting the tree demon in the face with a hammer. The damage caused by this combo was only slightly more than the damage caused by Yu and Dazhi. The shield warrior's output was indeed not enough. Then a green light appeared on the tree man, indicating that his dual resistance had decreased, and then Doraemon said, let's focus on killing one first. Sunia shot an arrow, and Isaacuzan had already chanted the spell to activate the lightning spell. Yu and Dazhi and Fat Tiger each attacked, and a series of attacks hit the first tree man, directly reducing its health bar to 0. After all, the output of the mage is the highest, and the dual resistance is reduced, so it is normal to be killed instantly. However, after everyone focused on killing one, the other 4 finally arrived and launched a vine attack on Dazhi. Fat Tiger immediately activated the skill Guardian Shield, blocking all damage for him, and Fat Tiger's own health was reduced by half. Seeing this, Shizuka knew it was time for her to attack, so she immediately treated Fat Tiger. A white light flashed, bringing Fat Tiger's health back to the safe line. Then Yu and Dazhi said to Fat Tiger, "Stay away." Then he rushed into the center of the tree people and activated his only skill, Whirlwind Dance. Yu and Dazhi swung his axe and began to spin in circles. Although it was a bit funny, the damage was very high. Several tree people lost half of their health, and Dazhi was also beaten to a near-death state. After all, he was not a shield warrior and could not withstand it. He quickly withdrew from the battle circle to prevent himself from being killed. And Iki and Sunia's attacks were ready. 2 special moves, Lightning Storm and 10,000 arrows. 2 AoEs turned all the tree people into ashes. Great. Everyone cheered. Let's take a look at the spoils. Doraemon looked at the good things that exploded on the ground. There were shields, longbows, staffs, magic books and other equipment, as well as some gold coins and experience balls. After sharing these experiences, everyone was upgraded and gained new skills. Except for one person, Nobita. Because no one was going to give it to him, because he had no output at all, and he chose a swordsman. This time, everyone, including Doraemon, had surprisingly consistent opinions. They just gave him the iron sword that exploded on the ground and left him alone. Gian and Dazhi also picked up a new axe and looked like a warrior. Okay, let's continue on our journey. There are more adventures waiting for us ahead. Then, everyone continued to move forward. Chapter 30, Game Journey, Part 2. As they walked, they entered a village without realizing it. There were flames inside, and treemen were constantly rampaging. Everyone cleared the way, but this time there were no equipment explosions. Of course, due to the upgrades and equipment updates, and there were no groups, everyone had no pressure to fight. Soon, everyone approached the center of the town, where 2 extremely tall treemen were waiting. They were elite monsters. Are you here to defeat the Mushroom Master too? Let's get through me first. Then the ground began to surge, and 2 thick roots stretched out. Everyone reacted quickly and dodged. Oh, by the way, there was another Nobita trapped on the ground. That guy's motor nerves were not developed at all. Gian and Dazhi signaled to Doraemon with his eyes, and Doraemon immediately reduced resistance on one of the treemen. Then he jumped high, using his second skill, Cruel Strike. He jumped up and launched a full strength attack on an enemy, causing huge damage, while feeding back some of the damage to himself. Dazhi's axe directly cut off half of the tree man's head. The tree man's health bar dropped by more than half in an instant, and his own health also decreased by 1/3. It can be seen how much damage Dazhi caused to the monster. For this tree man with residual health, Chumushin used lightning to take his head. Oh no, it was the tree head. As for the other tree man, Fat Tiger had already resisted, and he soon fell down under everyone's concentrated fire. This time the elite dropped 2 sets of armor made of trees. Dazhi and Fat Tiger each took 1 set. Everyone had no objection. After all, other people could not equip this kind of armor. Go forward and walk into the square. A huge mushroom was resting in the middle. Hearing the challenger coming in, he opened his eyes. You are very good. You actually beat my most elite men. It seems that I have to do it myself. Then the mushroom monster stood up, and its height suddenly soared to nearly 3 meters, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. Watch out, mushroom spores. A bunch of spores floated out from under the mushroom cap, making everyone in the negative state of poisoning. Shizuka activated her second skill, Purification, and first detoxified Deki, who had the least HP, and then herself, 1 every 3 seconds. The mushroom monster also realized Shizuka's strategic position, and first aimed at Shizuka and rushed over, raising his hand to attack. Doraemon used his second skill, slowness on it, which slowed its movement by about 30%, allowing Shizuka to escape successfully. Deki also took the opportunity to complete his magic, and Sunia was ready, launching skills, Flame Vortex and Piercing Arrow. The two skills caused huge damage to it, and the HP bar above its head dropped by about 1/5. It also came with two negative states, Armor Break and Burn. One reduces physical resistance, and the other causes continuous damage. Doraemon also prepared his first skill, Corrosion, and threw it to reduce dual resistance, and then started throwing magic balls. Seeing that both armor breaks were ready, Yu and Dazi directly launched a brutal attack again, cutting off the mushroom monster's right hand when it was not prepared, and the HP bar also dropped by a small section, with a crippling effect. With his own HP reduced by nearly half, the berserker is a fragile skin. The mushroom monster, who lost his right hand, roared, trying to slap Yu and Dazhi to death with his only remaining left hand. Unfortunately, Fat Tiger was still there. He used his giant shield to block Dazhi's arm, and then activated his second skill to hit his face, which could cause huge hatred and make the monsters attack him first. A hammer hit the opponent's face, and the mushroom monster really gave up chasing Yu and Dazhi and started to attack Fat Tiger. Although the mushroom monster has a high attack power, it is a pity that it is now just a trapped beast fighting hard. It can't hold on for long, and was killed by everyone. The mushroom withered instantly, leaving only a pool of ashes. There was a little red light flashing on the ashes. When everyone approached, it was a red heart. After it cracked, some equipment was revealed, which were some robes and quivers. Everyone happily divided the equipment, and continued to move forward. At the same time, everyone ignored Nobita behind, going west all the way, killing the witch, riding the flying dragon, and finally came to the final boss Flame Giant. Everyone had brand new equipment, except Nobita. Of course, it was not everyone's fault for not giving him any, but the monsters that dropped the equipment afterwards did not have anything Nobita could use. This game should distribute equipment according to contribution. Nobita was curled up in the back the whole time, so naturally he had no new equipment. Many people came to attack me, and not many people could stand in front of me, but they all failed. A giant in armor sat on the throne and slowly stood up. Now, let me see how strong you so-called heroes are. The giant stood up, about 10 meters tall, with blazing flames coming out of his body, and attacked them. Everyone dodged the flying fireball, and then Yu and Dazi picked up the giant axe Storm Fury in his hand, jumped up and chopped him in the popliteal fossa, behind the knee. The giant was hit by this force, and couldn't help kneeling on one knee. While enduring the counter injury, Yu and Dazi started the wild dance whirlwind, and began to spin wildly at his calf. The giant finally adapted to the attack rhythm of the berserker, successfully recovered his mobility, and slapped him away with a slap. Dazi fell to the wall and stopped. His health bar was reduced to only a thin layer of blood. He had no fighting power for the time being. However, Shizuka had already started to add blood to Yu and Dazi, and he would be able to return to the battlefield in a while. When the berserker was not there, Fat Tiger began to resist the damage of the flame giant alone. With the double resistance and continuous recovery that Shizuka blessed him with, the giant could not do anything to him for a while. Izuki's spell was completed, and he activated his skill, Ice Frenzy. A cold current spread out, and the flame giant sensed the danger. Ice attribute magic had a high damage bonus to him, and a strong control effect. He drew out his flaming giant sword, and swung it in the air. A wave of flames swept away, and collided with the ice wave. Unfortunately, Izuki's magic was still no match for the boss's magic, and was broken by the flames. The flames swept over. Just when everyone thought they would be burned to death, Shizuka released the fourth skill, Prayer. She knelt down and prayed to the gods, making herself and the surrounding friendly forces temporarily immune to damage. The cooldown time was 60 seconds. Everyone escaped successfully, and Shumashin no longer tried to use this magic. After all, it was time consuming and the benefits were not good. The second skill, Flame Vortex, was useless to him, and the fourth skill was broken, so only the third skill could be used. Fortunately, at this time, Ziofu was still attacking from behind. piercing arrows, ice arrows, stun arrows, sun chaser, etc., mixed with normal attacks. Fat Tiger was also constantly harassing and dodging the giant sword. But the good times didn't last long. The flame giant had seen through his method of action and changed his strategy. Fat Tiger had just dodged the giant sword and caught him with one hand. After all, the flame giant had two hands. After being caught, Fat Tiger's health began to drop wildly. The flame giant was covered in flames, so it was normal for his health to drop. Just when Fat Tiger was desperate, a figure fell from the sky. It was the berserker Yuandazhi who had recovered his health. He turned on his third skill, Fury, and used his fourth skill to fight to the death in this state, exchanging all his resistance and half of his health for unparalleled attack power. This time he jumped more than 8 meters high, and with the advantage of gravity, he cut off the hand that grabbed Fat Tiger. The flame giant roared, and the blood volume on his head dropped a bit, and Yuandazhi himself was also in critical condition, because he was exposed to the flame when his resistance was 0. The flame giant swung his giant sword, trying to stab him to death on the ground. However, seeing that the situation was not good, the sorcerer Doraemon used his fourth skill to kill the doll, to help Yuandazhi escape and successfully return to the back. The flame giant's blood volume was only half, and it also had a crippling effect. Everyone carefully consumed his blood volume. Yuandazhi had completely lost his combat effectiveness. After he burned his boats, he would fall into a long period of weakness, so he had not been used before. Fortunately, everyone cooperated very well afterwards, and everyone successfully pushed the flame giant. The flames on his body disappeared and turned into dust, leaving a red heart. Everyone gathered in front of the red heart and opened the treasure. The golden light shone, and countless gold and silver treasures fell from the sky and landed on everyone. Everyone was very happy. Fat Tiger looked at the gold coins, and Sunia looked at the jewelry. Shizuka wore a crown, and Izuki was reading a golden book. Daichi was not interested in these things, but he still smiled happily with some treasures. A gold coin fell to the ground, and Nobita came over to pick it up, but Fat Tiger stepped on the gold coin and said, "Sorry, Nobita, nothing here belongs to you." Nobita looked at Fat Tiger and said, "Why, you won't lose anything if you give me some." Shizuka walked over and said, "Because Nobita, you chose the swordsman, but even the monsters dared not get close to you." Sunia also joined in, saying, yes, you didn't make any contribution throughout the whole process. Why should we share the treasures we worked so hard for with you? Nobita looked at Doraemon, and seeing Doraemon nodded, Nobita immediately fell to the ground and cried. Seeing Nobita like this, everyone laughed and left the game one by one. Chapter 31, Treasure Hunt on Skull Island. Everyone returned to Nobita's room, recalling the battle and the games just now. Only Nobita was crying on the ground because he didn't get anything in there. Everyone saw this and laughed even more happily. Seeing that no one was willing to comfort him, he said, "Humph, I don't care. What you found is fake. I want to find some real treasures." After hearing this, Sunia said, "Stop it. That kind of plot only appears in movies or games." The others agreed with Sunia's point of view, and so did Yuandazhi. After all, he really didn't hear much about anyone finding treasure, except for gold diggers. At this time, Izuki-chan expressed a different opinion. That's not necessarily true. According to ancient records, many people found the real treasure, based on the treasure map. Even now, many people are still looking for ancient relics, and making it their main business. Nobita was very excited after hearing this, and said, "I told you, it will be possible." Shizuka questioned again, "But we don't have a treasure map, where can we find it?" Yuandazhi also responded, "Nowadays, there are many unfair means to get the treasure map, but it is difficult to distinguish the true from the false." Doraemon listened to everyone's opinions, and an idea came to him. He put away the story adventure book and said, "Speaking of this, I have a way to get a backup of the real treasure map." Finally, he took out the prop from his pocket. Treasure hunting cheese. Eat this and you can see the real treasure map, and then use this, the painter's hat and the automatic pen to draw it, and it will be a real treasure map. As the initiator of this treasure hunt, Nobita had to grab the prop without hesitation. Just when he was about to eat it, he was suddenly wretched by the stench on the cheese. Nobita wanted to push this thing to others with a look of disgust, but everyone was gathered in front of him. Seeing this, Nobita had to eat it himself. Just when Nobita made up his mind, Doraemon added that this thing had to be swallowed in one gulp. Nobita ate the cheese and his face turned a little blue. Yu and Daisy now seriously suspected that the effect of this thing was to make people almost comatose, and then draw the hallucinations produced. After a while, Nobita saw the treasure map. Doraemon quickly put the thing on Nobita. Soon, Nobita drew a treasure map. Everyone picked up the drawing and found that there was a skull floating on the sea and a few lines of words on it. Pass it on to my descendants. On the day of the high tide, on the west of the island, on the right side of the nose of the Tengu, don't make the mistake of color, pass through each other's gaze, and then make a choice higher Kuromaru. Doraemon read it out. I don't think it looks like an island at all, and I can't be sure where this island is. Fat Tiger couldn't guess where this island was based on this information. Just when everyone was questioning, Isaacuzan was thoughtful, and then a light bulb went off in his head. I've seen this shape on a map. I think this should be the Skull Island. Everyone looked at it and it really looked like a skull. Then Isaacuzan found a map in Nobita's house and turned to the place of Skull Island. He found that Skull Island was really a skull on the map. No wonder Isaacuzan remembered it. In that case, let's go explore Skull Island, Nobita suggested. And as he was also a little curious, but he always felt that this scene seemed to have been seen somewhere, and it should be a plot in Doraemon. Unfortunately, because he was protected by the soul-devouring monument, his memory of his previous life had not been fully awakened, so he couldn't remember it. But he was also very interested, so he was willing to go and see it together. With everyone's unanimous agreement, everyone decided to go and see it. Doraemon took out the anywhere door and set the target to Skull Island. After opening the door, the opposite side did not feel desolate, but was full of greenery, surrounded by lawns and flowers. Very beautiful. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Sunir even said that this place didn't look like Skull Island at all, and thought that there should be skeletons everywhere. After discussion, everyone decided to divide into 3 groups, 2 groups of 3 people, and 1 group of 1 person. That person can choose to follow one of the groups or act freely. Then, Shizuka picked 7 dogtail grasses, 3 long, 3 sections, and 1 medium. The long ones are in 1 group, the short ones are in 1 group, and the middle ones are free to choose. After the draw, Yu and Daisy drew a single person group, Fat Tiger, Sunir, and Izuki in 1 group, and Nobita, Shizuka, and Doraemon in 1 group. And he decided to act freely. Doraemon took out the 3-dimensional copy paper, made a copy for each of the 2 groups, and said, in this way, the conditions of our 3 groups are equal. Now let's start the treasure hunt. Then our 3 groups acted freely. Yu and Daisy felt that the key to breaking the deadlock was which Tengu's nose, but he didn't know what it was, so he decided to ask someone. After a while, he saw a villager passing by nearby, lying on a stool to rest. Daisy went over and asked him, "Old man, do you know the nose of the Tengu?" The old man's comfortable face turned into horror after a short delay, and he said, "I don't know anything." Hearing this answer, he frowned. It was not because he heard a negative answer, but because the old man's soul was fluctuating. But this fluctuation did not seem like fear, but more like a lie. There was no way. Yu and Daisy had to apologize to him. "Sorry, old man." When he was wondering, he suddenly lost consciousness. Daisy used the magic soul interference to temporarily disrupt his thinking and made him obey him. He asked everything from him. It turned out that it was just because of the economic downturn here, so the village chief came up with a drama and used the treasure map handed down from his ancestors to make an entertainment project specifically for making money. As for the real treasure, it had been dug out hundreds of years ago. Would it still be here? And as he lifted the spell, and the old man would only feel that he had slept, and would not have any sequelae. After knowing the truth, he lost interest in this treasure hunt. Since it is destined to be futile, why spend so much effort to do it? Besides, isn't the most precious thing on this island right in front of us? Izuki first found the nose of the Tengu from below, and entered the passage on the right. Nobita saw the nose of the Tengu from above, and entered the passage on the left. Izuki relied on his intelligence to solve the puzzle left above, but before he had time to be happy, Doraemon used props to force a breakthrough and squeeze them aside. There was a big pit in front of him, causing Doraemon to fall into it and fall bruised and swollen. Izuki once again took a step forward to push away the gaze of each other, walked into the passage, chose a left, and Nobita followed closely to enter the right passage. In the end, the two groups met in the cellar and saw the treasure chest of Baal Angmaru. This box is an empty box with nothing in it, which made them happy for nothing. Just when everyone was disappointed, Izuki suddenly remembered that if it was said that only this day could be entered, it meant that only this day would the entrance be revealed. Now the sun is setting. If the tide floods the entrance, then we can't go back. Everyone hurried back, and the entrance was indeed half flooded, so everyone hurried out. Outside, the man that Nobita asked for directions just now was waiting for them. How was it? How did you feel about today's adventure? The old man greeted them and then explained the whole story to them. Everyone sighed after knowing it. At this time, Diki looked around and said, "By the way, we were busy playing. Where is Gian?" Everyone realized that one of them was missing and hurriedly looked for him everywhere. After and as he walked around the island, he returned to the place where we started and waited for them to come back. As the sun set, he lay on the lawn and admired the sunset. Not long after, Doraemon found and Daisy with his searching stick. He stood up and said, "You are back. How was your adventure game today?" Everyone was surprised and asked, "How do you know it's just a game?" And as he looked at them, smiled and said, "Of course, the people on the island told me." "What? So you knew there was no treasure on this island a long time ago?" Fat Tiger said this satisfiedly. But Daisy denied him. "That's not necessarily true." "Oh." Everyone became interested again. "Is there really a treasure on this island? Where is it? Where is it? It's right under our feet. This land is so beautiful. Why do we have to dwell on the gold, silver and jewelry that are only for viewing? If you have this time, you might as well look at the sunset. The sunset here is not common in our place." As he said this, and as he turned his eyes to the sunset again, everyone disagreed. Only Mushan smiled and said, "You are right. Nature is the real treasure of all of us humans." Doraemon saw that everyone was tired, so he said, "Let's stop our adventure activities today. Parents will be worried if we don't go home too late." Everyone agreed and walked into the random door one by one to return to Nobita's home. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone left Nobita's room. It was so late, it was time to go home. Chapter 30 to the beginning of Treasure Island. After dinner, they returned to the study to read. This time, Izuki did not read any science books, but picked up a book about Treasure Island and started reading. And as he was very curious about this, "Zayashin, why do you suddenly like reading this book?" Chumashin looked back at him and said, "Because the story this afternoon is really interesting. I also want to see how the predecessors hunted for treasure." He paused here, and then continued, "And what you said this afternoon is really reasonable. I often pursue what I want, but ignore some beautiful things." "Oh." And as he showed great interest, "Can you tell me what you are pursuing, and what you have ignored?" Chumashin nodded and said, "After I went to the future some time ago, I always hoped that I could be worthy of my future self, so I have been studying hard. But I later discovered that I have always been alone." Then he turned his head to look out the window, supporting his head with both hands and said, "In the past, in order to make friends, I have been working hard to improve myself, constantly reading books, studying, and finally became a role model among my classmates. But I don't know why. I feel that the distance between everyone is getting farther and farther away from me." At this point, his voice became low. "I once tried to help others and help them with their homework, but no one appreciated my kindness. They all wanted to borrow my homework to copy. Only Shizuka didn't think so. She thought with me and solved problems together. I thought she would become my good friend at first, but unfortunately, she seemed to be a little distant from me, except when doing homework. I never had a close friend and never experienced true friendship. I want to truly integrate into their group, not just be a marginal person. Unfortunately, I have never had a way. So I chose to read books, and only reading books can make me happy." I originally thought that books would be my only source of fun, until today. The tacit understanding between everyone when cooperating, and the competition during exploration, are all things I have never experienced before. And it seems that I have found a way. He raised the storybook. Yu and Daisy nodded. That's good. I hope you can make a close friend soon. Come on. Mushin agreed with a smile, turned around and continued reading. Tonight, Yu and Daisy's magic power has accumulated to a peak, so he jumped onto the roof and began to draw the 5th talisman. As expected, he succeeded, and the 5th resonance rune appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yu and Daisy felt that his magic power and mental power had improved. This time, some powerful magic in the 2nd level magic could finally be used with the help of the magic wand. The next day, he went to tutor Nobita, which took him more than 2 hours. He helped him explain all the homework, and finished his own homework. After Nobita finished his homework, he put down his pen, and started shouting while holding Doraemon. Yu and Daisy curled his lips and thought to himself, what's going on? There is no difficulty that Doraemon needs to help with today. Could it be his sudden whim? Unfortunately, he was right. Nobita was holding Doraemon because of his sudden whim. Why is it unfortunate? Because every time Nobita had a sudden whim, there was no good result. Doraemon, is there anything that can help me find the treasure? It would be best if it is a treasure that no one has ever found. Doraemon helplessly took out a map and a pen and said, yes, there is, but the probability is very small. This treasure hunting pen can find the place with the treasure on this map, and this map can be slayed. Come and teach you how to use it. At this time, the aunt came up. She asked Yu and Daisy to go out. He walked out and closed the door. The aunt took out an envelope and gave it to him. Yu and Daisy, this is your salary of 3,000 yuan this week. The extra 500 yuan is a thank you gift for helping Nobita improve his grades. Please give me more advice in the future, Nobita. He took it and bowed to thank his aunt. Then I will go down first. Call me if you need anything. He watched his aunt go downstairs, feeling excited. After all, it was the reward he got for a week of hard work. He carefully put it away. He opened the door again. Yu and Daisy was flashed by a golden light. When the light faded, Nobita and Doraemon were staring at the map in amazement, and a treasure chest symbol slowly took shape on the map. How is it possible? It was just one time. Doraemon still couldn't believe it, because it was incredible that a place with treasure was pointed out on a world map with no error. Oh, has it entered the plot of Treasure Island? I just don't know if it's the new version or the old version. Yu and Daisy thought in his mind. After all, such things can't be said out loud. So he stepped forward and said, so, if that's the case, is there really a treasure on the symbol on the map now? He took the opportunity to look at the location, and it was indeed in the Pacific Ocean. In theory, as long as it is pointed out, there must be undiscovered treasure in that place. Doraemon looked solemn, because this adventure was not the last time that was arranged by someone to play around. But this is the Pacific Ocean, and there are no other islands. How can there be treasure? Is there something wrong with your treasure map? Nobita still expressed doubts. Doraemon patted his head. It seemed that what Nobita said was right. Yu and Daisy waved his hand and said, well, if you decide to go on an adventure, call me. I'm still looking forward to it. After getting the assurances from Nobita and Doraemon, he went home for lunch. At noon, Daisy and Zayashi ate lunch while watching the noon news. The headline of this noon news was that an undiscovered island appeared in the Pacific Ocean, which might be a new island created by the eruption of underground magma. If nothing unexpected happens, it can be included in the Japanese territory, and now it is an exclusive report. Next is the aerial footage, and the creator took a picture of 2 people in strange costumes in the storm. Then because of the storm in the crater, he had to stop his filming and stay away from the crater. This is the exclusive picture. It seems to be the new version of Nobita's Treasure Island. Yu and Daisy turned his head to Demishin and said, Zayashi, are you interested in a real adventure? Demishin didn't understand, and he smiled without saying anything. Not long after, Nobita called and invited him to go on an adventure to Treasure Island. Yu and Daisy asked Dekisugi if he wanted to go. Dekisugi thought about it and nodded. The two said hello to their parents and went out. When they arrived at Nobita's house, Daisy first asked What if we go out for more than one day this time? Nobita thought about it and said, then we can use a time machine to go back to this afternoon after we come back. Doraemon, do you think it's okay? Doraemon thought about it. Although it was not good to do so, it was okay as long as they didn't meet. Of course, meeting each other was actually no problem. So he agreed. Dekisugi no longer had any worries and joined the adventure with confidence. Okay, now let's go to the river first. That canal can directly connect to the sea. Let's take a boat to go there. Doraemon announced his first step. Wait, I have a question. Why not just use the anywhere door? And as he raised his question, Nobita listened, smiled and said, because I think it would be too unchallenging to use the anywhere door directly. Using a boat feels adventurous. After listening to his reasons, and as he could only express that he had no objection. After a while, they appeared by the river. Doraemon took out the props, assembled the sailboat. Everyone looked at Doraemon with disbelief, because this was the size of the toy and there was no way to carry people. Haha, that's no problem. As long as it's assembled, I can let it go into the water. Doraemon promised solemnly. Okay then. Nobita grabbed the sailboat and was about to assemble it, but and as he grabbed the sailboat from his hand. Because the movie was just released not long ago, he remembered clearly that Nobita broke the mast of the sail. It's better to leave this matter to the more versatile Dekisugi. Dekisugi opened the box, and the three main parts of the hull and a series of small accessories lay quietly inside. Shizuka took a look and quickly put them together. After a while, a perfect sailboat appeared in Shizuka's hand, and each part performed its duties without any flaws. Doraemon put the boat on the water and said, now, use the magnifying glass to make it bigger. Wait. Nobita called Doraemon. Give me the anywhere door first. What do you want the anywhere door for? Doraemon asked as he took it. I want to call Shizuka over. On the side, and as he and Shizuka were speechless. Then they heard Shizuka scream. And as he held his forehead, probably because he had broken into the bathroom again. He stopped Emerson from wanting to go over and take a look, saying that children should not look at these things. After a while, Shizuka also agreed to take the risk and came over. Okay, let's go now. Turn on the magnifying glass. As he said that, a beam of light shone on the boat, and the toy boat became a retro sailboat about 18 meters long and 5 meters high. Nobita boarded the boat first and said, then this ship is called Nobita Mystic. Nobita Mystic, said sail. After that, he put the gear on and said sail. A sign appeared on the sail, and the sailboat officially said sail. Everyone boarded the boat, and the boat drifted down the river, starting a new adventure. Chapter 33, The 7-man group gathers. Nobita was very excited and kept turning the rudder. Doraemon whispered to everyone, don't worry, this boat actually sails on its own and will not sink because of Nobita. Everyone was relieved. But not long after, in the eyes of everyone's fear, the boat drifted under the high-speed railway bridge. At this time, Nobita was very nervous, because if it continued to sail like this, the mast would hit the iron bridge. Doraemon quickly flew up to the sky, took out the shrinking light, and shrunk the boat a little, so that everyone could pass the high-speed railway bridge safely. Wait until after crossing the bridge and use the magnifying light to change it back. Nobita was relieved and avoided a bad start. Soon they arrived at the offshore, and Nobita looked around. There were only boats, and the people on them were eating, drinking and having fun, which made Nobita lose the atmosphere of adventure instantly. Hey, Doraemon, is there any prop that can make me feel adventurous? This place doesn't look like it at all. Everyone agreed with his point of view. Now it just feels like going out for fun, not looking for treasure. Doraemon thought about it and suddenly clapped his hands and said, got it. Then he dug in his pocket and finally took out a hat, captain's hat. As long as you wear this, you will feel like an adventure. After that, the blue fat man put on the hat, and everyone felt that the surrounding scenery changed instantly. The ship that was originally a passenger ship turned into a small pirate ship, and even the people were dressed as pirates. At this time, Doraemon also had a fiery red captain's suit on his body, while the others were wearing sailor suits. And as he couldn't help but sigh, this is really a magical prop, and Emerson also nodded in agreement. The props of the future are really magical. As long as you wear this hat, the surrounding ships will become pirate ships, and the sea view will become the scenery near the Caribbean Sea. As long as you take it off, it will disappear. As he said, Doraemon took off the captain's hat, and the scenery returned to the previous offshore scenery. He put it on again, and the scenery once again turned back to the Caribbean Sea. Then use this, the costume fixing spray, and you can keep the costume in a sailor suit. He took it, and sprayed it on everyone. The person wearing the captain's hat will be the captain, and the captain's orders must be obeyed absolutely. As he said that, the blue fat man suddenly turned, and looked at Nobita. Nobita's body stood at attention and saluted uncontrollably. Yes, Captain. Nobita only realized why he agreed after he finished speaking. Doraemon explained to us again, as a captain, as long as you wear this captain's hat, and look at the other person's eyes when you talk, the other person will never disobey your orders. This is the captain's privilege. Dekisugi had a question. Then if you order us to be thrown down, or if we jump down ourselves, do we have to obey? Don't worry, don't worry. Anything that threatens personal safety cannot be ordered, and it is impossible for you to commit suicide, so don't worry. Doraemon smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Dekisugi was worrying too much. After sailing for a while, the number of ships nearby became scarce. Nobita and Shizuka were chatting happily, and Dekisugi and Yu and Eiji were watching the scenery together. At this time, Chumashin suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Student Yu, what do you see over there?" Following his hand, he saw two children on a small boat, wearing strange clothes, one fat and one thin, paddling hard. With this height and this body shape, could it be these two funny guys, Fat Tiger and Sunya? They dared to go out with such a small boat. I really don't know whether I should scold them or praise their courage. Chumashin thought so too. Yes, this small boat will definitely capsize if it encounters a little wind and waves on the sea. Why not ask them to get on the boat? Yu and Dazi thought about it and felt that it was okay to ask them to get on the boat. After all, they must have gotten on the boat in the original work. As for how they got on the boat, let him think about it. Oh, I remembered that when Nobita was about to get rid of them, the mast broke. Well, it seems that I really have to take the initiative to invite them on the boat. The monsters I made can only be returned by myself. Nobita finally saw Fat Tiger and Sunya and mocked him fiercely and asked Nobita's mystic to go at full speed. This time, there was no scene of the mast breaking in the original work. Dazi had to call the captain. Doraemon, stop the boat. Fat Tiger and Sunya should get on board. Their behavior is too dangerous. If they really go out to sea, they will definitely not come back. Doraemon really stopped the boat, and Yu and Dazi threw a rope for the two of them to get on board. After the two got on board, their clothes changed instantly, from the original coarse linen pirate clothes to wild style pirate clothes, and the grade was improved by more than one. Sure enough, there is still a difference between crew members and outsiders, but they were only slightly surprised. After all, seeing many of Doraemon's mysterious props here is not a new thing. The first thing to do, after getting on board, of course, is to settle accounts with Nobita, who almost got rid of them just now. Nobita first thought of asking Yu and Dazi for help, but he just leaned against the side of the boat and whistled, with no intention of stopping him at all. Nobita had to run to Doraemon, took off his hat, and put it on his head. He said to Sunya, "The captain's orders must be obeyed." Sunya resisted for a few seconds with his self-consciousness, but he still stood at attention, and saluted and said, "Yes, Captain." Just when Nobita was feeling proud, a pair of hands took the captain's hat from behind, and put it on his head. Nobita looked back, and saw that it was Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger smiled and pointed at Nobita like Nobita and said, "The captain's orders must be obeyed absolutely." Nobita could not resist, and had to salute. "Yes, Captain." Fat Tiger did not expect this hat to be so useful, so he thought of taking it for himself. Then, "This ship belongs to me." Fat Tiger folded his hands and acted like a general. Doraemon wanted to take the hat back, but Fat Tiger stopped him with the captain's privilege. It seems that this guy will not return the hat. Yu and Dazi sighed and had to do it himself. These kids are so troublesome. Walking over slowly, Fat Tiger saw that the situation was not good. This guy's fighting power far exceeded his own. If he let him get close, he would definitely lose his hat. So Fat Tiger quickly ordered Yu and Daisy to stop. He felt a force hitting his sea of consciousness and wanted to stop. Daisy curled his lips and thought to himself, is it another soul attack? I can do it to an ordinary person, but it won't work on me. Then he continued walking, completely ignoring the order. Fat Tiger didn't know why the props didn't work on him, but he had already walked in front of Fat Tiger. This guy knew very well that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he took off his hat and put it on Doraemon. And as he then returned to his original place, Nobita thought of something and whispered to Doraemon, Doraemon, this is not the first time that your props have failed to work on Yu and Daisuke. The previous armbands and the raccoon suit had no effect on him. Doraemon was puzzled. It shouldn't be. The only people who can ignore these things are those who have future props, or those who are extremely determined and cannot be affected by props. It may be the latter. Seeing that no one was talking, Yu and Daisy said, since you are already on the ship, then tell me where you are going. Humph, of course we are going to Treasure Island. Fat Tiger said as a matter of course. Sunia chimed in, yes, it's the new island in the center of the Pacific Ocean. There may be treasures left by pirates there. Doraemon was also surprised. So you are going there too? That's great. We want to go too. Huh? Why are you going? Because of this. Doraemon took out the treasure map from this afternoon, which marked a large treasure chest, which was the location of the Pacific Island. The location of the treasure marked here is absolutely correct, so there really is an unknown treasure on that island. Fat Tiger, Sunia and Shizuka were very surprised. Shizuka thought that treasure hunting was just a casual talk, but she didn't expect it to be true. Fat Tiger Sunia was just trying his luck, but he turned out to be lucky. There really is treasure on that island. They were also surprised. Well, since everyone's destination is the same, let's go find the treasure together, so that we can have a companion on the road. Dekisugi said. That's right. Nobita clenched his fist and said a few words that the pirate leader would say to encourage pirates. As long as we work together, the treasure on the island will be ours. Then he ran up to the platform at the bow and said, let's go. The unknown treasure is at the end of the sea level. Let's go on an adventure together. Shizuka also looked longing. I wonder if there will be a lot of gold, silver and jewelry. Fat Tiger Sunia also said, we will become rich. Zion was thoughtful. I wonder if there will be a book made of gold? Yin and Daisuke, is there only books in your mind? Doraemon also climbed onto the platform and said, is everyone ready? Everyone climbed onto the platform and said, everyone is ready to follow your command. Okay. Direction south-southeast, good tailwind. Target is Treasure Island. Let's set off now. Yes. Even Yu and Daisy was infected by the atmosphere and shouted out heroically. Chapter 34 A Day at Sea. After Doraemon gave the order, the sails that had been folded up because of the stop were opened again. A gust of wind blew up the sails and the ship began to sail quickly. Yu and Daisy covered his sailor hat on his head to prevent it from being blown away by the sudden strong wind. Then Doraemon took out a mini Dora and sprayed it with stripes and a sailor hat. Then he took out the copy mirror, copied mini Dora one by one, and sprayed different paints on them. Little sailors were born. Then, Doraemon took out anti-gravity paint and painted it on the watchtower. Nobita ran on it, and in a blink of an eye he surpassed Fat Tiger and Sunia who were climbing the grid net, and looked into the distance with Shizuka on it. Daisuke asked Doraemon to change into swimsuits for them, and go swimming with Zion. He stood on the deck, and wanted to say that it was dangerous without any protection, but Yu and Daisuke behind him had already pushed him down, and then jumped down himself. Zion was a little angry after floating up. You are very dangerous. After saying that, he splashed water on him with his hands. Yu and Daisuke was not to be outdone, and splashed back hard. Dekisugi quickly put the safety issue aside. Fat Tiger Sunia was too lazy to climb down, but seeing that others were having so much fun, he also went into the water. After a while, Shizuka also came down to play in the water, changed into a swimsuit and jumped down. Nobita also changed into a swimsuit, but he couldn't swim, so he sat on the side of the boat with a cold face. Doraemon couldn't do anything about him, so he had to take out the liquid solidifying glue and spray it on the sea surface, and then pushed Nobita down. After Nobita fell down, he was bounced up before he started to scream. It turned out that after the sea surface was sprayed with liquid solidifying glue, it became something like rubber, soft and elastic. Everyone was very happy to play on the trampoline, and even some mini Doraemon came down to play. After a while, the liquid solidifying glue became ineffective because of the large range, and they quickly fished Nobita out. After Nobita got on the boat, he said that this was too dangerous, and let's change to another entertainment project. Doraemon tapped his head and thought about it. Suddenly, he saw the fish around him jumping up. Doraemon suddenly had an idea, and took out the flying fish shuttle, a means of transportation that can travel on the sea and in the air. Everyone boarded the flying fish shuttle and started a car racing trip on the sea. There was no one around, so there was no need to worry about safety. As for the boat, with Doraemon and Mini Doraemon on board, there was no need to worry about the direction and people getting lost. Yu and Dazzy was driving and suddenly thought, what if I add a level 2 wind spell to this thing? He did it right away and added a level 2 wind spell to it, and then he regretted it instantly. His flying fish shuttle was several times faster than them in an instant, and it quickly disappeared from their sight. Yu and Dazzy almost quit the adventure because of the excessive stretching of his neck. When he finally got used to this speed, he quickly lifted the wind spell. In just a few dozen seconds, his magic power dropped by 1/10. It takes him an hour to use up so much of the normal level 2 wind spell he casts on himself. How it seems that this wind spell increases the current speed by a percentage, and the magic power required is also different. After knowing this, Yu and Dazzy had one more means to escape. Turning back to the boat, Doraemon had already started to collect the flying fish shuttle. Because there might be something wrong with this prop, for the sake of safety, it is better to put it away and not use it, unless it is necessary. Yu and Dazzy also returned to the boat safely, and returned the flying fish shuttle to Doraemon. Just when everyone was worrying about what to play, a huge whale floated up. Doraemon clapped his hands and said, "Got it, Momotaro rice ball." Then he took the rice ball and threw it into the mouth of the little whale. Everyone played on the whale's body. The whale's skin is very smooth, and it is also very comfortable to lie on it. Nobita lay on it and basked in the sun. Just as he was enjoying it comfortably, he suddenly felt a darkening in the sky. He opened his eyes and found that it was the whale spraying water. Nobita couldn't dodge in time and was soaked. Everyone laughed. Yu and Dazzy looked at Demushin, who was laughing so happily, and asked him, "Which do you think gives you more fun now, or reading a book?" Demushin smiled and said, "Both of them make me happy, but the two are not comparable. You can get a lot of things here and in books, but they are just a little different. Time flies, and the sunset looks at us on the sea. Everyone's stomach is a little hungry." Doraemon took out the automatic fishing rod and started fishing in the sea. There are many fish in the sea, and soon a large group was caught. Everyone looked at the sunset and started to grill the fish. The fish just caught was very fresh and tasted very delicious. Yu and Dazzy had never eaten these fish before, and he couldn't stop himself from eating until his stomach couldn't hold anything anymore. After eating and drinking, everyone went to take a bath. After all, they were not clean after soaking in the sea. Everyone took turns to use the bathroom in the cabin. After taking a bath, it was completely dark, leaving only a new moon. Demushin found Yu and Dazzy and said, "I'm still a little worried. After all, I've never been out all night." He patted Zyadishin's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you're already home." Zyadishin touched his head, not knowing what Yu and Dazzy was talking about. He smiled and called Doraemon. After listening to Yu and Dazzy's story, Doraemon patted Zyadishin on the chest and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. I'll give you the door now. You can go back and see if you are home." After that, Doraemon took out the door and located it in Demushin's room. After opening the door, Yu and Dazzy was removing the thread on a golden cloak, and Demushin seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Seeing the door open, he immediately said to them, "Listen, you must keep an eye on Yu and Dazzy. Don't let him mumble." Yu and Dazzy on the other side covered Zyadishin's mouth with his hand, preventing him from telling the key information. But he quickly filled in the blank. "Don't worry, I just did something with a high return, and he was worried that I would get hurt." But don't worry, I have a lot of harvest, and I will come back safely. Don't worry too much. We are here, so you can go on the adventure without worrying. Zayanishan nodded and said, then I'll leave it to you. After that, he closed the door. Then he asked Yu and Dazuki, what did you do that made me want to remind myself? Yu and Dazuki shook his head and said that he didn't know. Seeing that everyone went back safely, Demishan put aside his worries and walked to the side of the ship, saying, this night is very good, but it's a pity that something is missing. Shizuka also walked over and said, yes, it's too dark here, there should be light. Everyone's good friend Doraemon stood up again and said, leave it to me. Fluorescent jellyfish seeds. He took out a glass bottle from his pocket and poured a lot of round beads into the sea. What is this? Nobita asked the thoughts of everyone present, except Yu and Dazuki. You will know soon. Doraemon bought a suspense, and we stood at the side of the ship and watched. After a while, a light spot appeared on the sea surface, and then the light spot began to spread, all the way to the limit of the sea level. As long as this seed is placed in the sea, it will turn into a fluorescent jellyfish. Then it will keep swimming in the direction we set. So now we just need to follow them to reach Treasure Island. Doraemon proudly explained the function of this prop. Looking at the light path spreading into the distance, Dekishan sighed. No matter how many times I see it, Doraemon's props are still so shocking. Yu and Daisy nodded. Seeing it in the animation, and in reality, is really a different feeling. This place is really beautiful. After a while, Doraemon said, don't worry, we will take the time machine back to this afternoon after the expedition. Please don't worry. It's late today, we should go to bed. Leave the sailing to me, Doraemon. Everyone agreed and entered the cabin, leaving Shizuka alone on the deck. Doraemon saw it, and told her to go back and rest. Shizuka was also about to leave. Suddenly saw a ball of yellow fluorescence on the ground, picked it up, and found that it was a fluorescent jellyfish. She wanted to put it back into the sea, but it shrank back into Shizuka's arms. Are you afraid of the sea? The jellyfish shook its head. There's nothing I can do about you. It's a little crowded in my pocket, so just make do with it. As he said that, he put the jellyfish in his pocket. The cabin was a little crowded, and there were only 4 beds and a hammock. They had to be allocated. Tonight, Nobita and Doraemon slept together, and Yu and Daisy and Dekisugi were together. Sunia was supposed to be with Fat Tiger, but Fat Tiger was too fat and not suitable to sleep with others, so he was sent to the hammock. After all, Shizuka couldn't be the only girl sleeping in the hammock. After everyone settled down, they said goodnight to each other and lay down to sleep. The fun this afternoon was still so crazy, and everyone was very tired. Yu and Daisy didn't go to bed right away, but did 2 hours of practice before going to bed every night. Before going to bed, there will definitely be a battle plot later. Although he remembered that there were no particularly strong enemies, he still had to be extremely careful. Yu and Dazuki is not like them who have the rules of the world and cannot die, no matter what they do. So he must strengthen himself in order to survive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Danger Strikes. The next morning, Yu and Dazuki got up early and saw that it was still foggy in the distance, but he could already see the outline of an island. The outline in the distance was the Treasure Island, the destination of the ship's trip. Because everyone was in the same cabin and the bed was relatively small, Yu and Dazuki woke up Chumushin when he got up, and Chumushin woke everyone up. After a while, everyone came to the deck and saw the island. Doraemon said in surprise, "This is the island mentioned on TV. We will become rich soon." Fat Tiger and Sunia were very excited and ran to the bow and shouted, "Treasures are coming. Hurry up and dock." Doraemon also got motivated and ran to the rudder to steer the boat, intending to drive the boat to the vicinity of the island first. But unexpectedly, a mini Dora suddenly flew over with a bamboo dragonfly and pulled Doraemon's beard to signal him to look ahead. Shizuka was also at the bow, pointing at a few inconspicuous dots on the sea and said, "Look, what are those?" Everyone looked at that place. Izuki saw the fins on it and said, "Is that a shark?" Gian and Azuki, who knew the plot, shook his head and said, sharks rarely appear in groups. It should be something else, such as a submarine. At this time, waves surged on the sea, and a group of submarines that looked like fish bones appeared in everyone's sight. People wearing black diving suits sat on them, driving the submarines towards the ship. Gian and Azuki and Izuki frowned. Izuki felt that the visitor was not friendly, but he knew the plot. The people here are all from different time and space, have strong combat power, and have a certain ability to resist future props. Seeing them approaching quickly, Nobita and his friends panicked. Sunia said, are these people pirates? Doraemon didn't take it seriously and said, how is it possible? These guys are just illusions that appeared after I put on the captain's hat. There is no need to panic. Yu and Dazi didn't remind them, because the hat was a foreshadowing. He was not sure if he would need it after he had it, but he still left it buried there. After those people approached the ship, they took out their pistols and pointed them at the side of the ship, fired a lasso, and buckled it on the side of the ship. Then they climbed onto the ship along the rope. A group of people wore dark diving suits and strange masks, and they were about 1.8 meters tall. From a child's perspective, they looked very intimidating. But Yu and Dazi didn't take it seriously. After adding the strange power spell, he could punch these adults one by one. However, Nobita and his friends did not have the psychological quality of Yu and Dazi, and began to slowly retreat to the corner. Doraemon still walked over and said easily, don't be so nervous, I told you it's just an illusion. As long as I take off the captain's hat, they will all disappear. Then he took off the captain's hat. However, the woman with red and green hair in front of him did not disappear. Instead, she shaved Doraemon's face with a knife. So, what are you guys doing here? A few children and a raccoon cat, dressed quite well. The woman said nonchalantly. A man wearing a black hat and a beard full of pigtails took over the conversation. Don't worry about these, they will all die in the sea anyway. After saying that, the man took out his gun and turned it in his hand. Doraemon finally reacted, threw down the captain's hat, and ran back to their team. Gian and Azuki saw that the captain's hat fell on the lifeboat and was relieved. It was okay, as long as this foreshadowing was still there. Nobita was complaining that Doraemon didn't react earlier, so he wouldn't be so passive. D-Mushin said that now was not the time to complain, and that they should work together to overcome the difficulties. Fat Tiger was a little braver and asked, who are you? The man with sunglasses and a beard tied in a braid said, who are we? We are the world's #1 cold-blooded pirates. He was slapped before he finished speaking. The woman was not satisfied after slapping him and taught him a lesson. The captain specifically told us not to mention that we are pirates in front of outsiders, idiot. The man in black apologized repeatedly. Ziofu asked again, so what do you want to do by arresting us? The woman smiled, walked up and said easily, nothing, I just want you to go to the cold sea and play with the hungry sharks below. The people behind him had already taken off their masks and were ready to start. Everyone drew their knives and wanted to cut the children into several pieces on the spot. Doraemon frantically thought of a way to break the situation. He put his hand into his pocket and took out a bomb, threw it to the woman and said, here, this good thing is for you. The woman subconsciously caught it and said, thank you. Then she saw clearly that it was a bomb. Without thinking, she handed the thing to the man next to her with a slap mark on his face and said, this thing is for you. After that, he ran back with his subordinates. The man was still stunned and said thank you stupidly, you are such a good person. As soon as the voice fell, the bomb exploded and thick fog enveloped the entire ship. Gian and Azuki held his forehead. You are here to make fun of me, right? It's a pity that Doraemon didn't have a real powerful bomb, otherwise they would have at least lost half of their members. For everyone's safety, Doraemon immediately took out a lot of props and distributed them to everyone and fled separately in the thick fog. Minidora also took action and took out the tripping expert and their meager pocket money from his pocket. The pirates just got used to the thick fog, and the woman said to everyone cheer up and get rid of these hateful little devils. The people behind just stood up and fell down. It was the tripping expert that Minidora had taken out and had already started firing to contain them. After Doraemon distributed the props, he He immediately remembered that Nobita and Yu and Daisy did not get the props. Considering Nobita's safety and everyone's ability, Doraemon decided to find Nobita first. As soon as he got on the platform at the stern, he saw Nobita being chased and chopped by a man in black. Doraemon immediately took out the famous sword, Daingangwan, and gave it to Nobita. After Nobita caught the Daingangwan, he immediately competed with the opponent in swordsmanship. In a flash, the knife was on the pirate's neck. Fat Tiger got the superpowered gloves, raised a wooden barrel and smashed it at the pirates, squeezing two of them like playing billiards. Sunia got the transparent cloak and a bunch of idiots, and began to distribute surprises randomly. Shizuka dodged the cloak, and dodged several men in black in a row like a bullfight. As for Deki, he had a black belt in karate, and he could throw out several men in black just by touching them. Yu and Daisy looked at the men in black who had surrounded him, cast the wind walk technique on himself, walked around them a few times, and untied their belts. Before those men could react, he was left with only a pair of underwear on his lower body, and he ran over to put on his pants in shame. He didn't kill them, because he had read the original work, and knew that these pirates were not completely bad guys. If they didn't provoke him, he would let them go. Of course, if they threatened Yu and Daz's life, that would be another story. The pirates were temporarily repelled, their morale plummeted, and they had already thought of retreating. The leading woman was also angry when she saw that her subordinates had not achieved any success, and said, "Why are you still standing there? Go and kill them for me." Doraemon saw that this was the leader, and based on the principle of capturing the leader first, he took out the air cannon and fired at her. But to be the leader, she must have some real skills. She took out a knife and cut the air cannon into 4 pieces. The air cannon exploded in the back, letting the aftermath of the air blow her hair. "Can you actually cut the air?" Doraemon took 2 steps back in disbelief. The electric pill in Nobita's hand also began to flash red due to insufficient power. Fat Tiger didn't believe it and threw the sandbag on the boat to hurt the man with pigtails and beard, but he didn't expect that the man was very fast. He pulled out a gun and scattered the sandbag without any damage. Then his arms suddenly stretched out, and the 2 guns were aimed at Fat Tiger and Sunia on the cable. And because Deki was besieged by many people, he couldn't free his hands, and a knife was put on his neck. Yu and Daisy was also surrounded by enemies. He couldn't wait any longer. Although Yu and Daisy knew that everyone would be fine later, he didn't want to take the risk with Dekisugi. Because now they are only one step away from death. A green light flashed in his hand, and the wood spirit staff appeared in his hand. He instantly gained the power of strange force, and swung the staff in a circle. Several people around were swept away by Yu and Daisy, and flew to the wall. The women also noticed the abnormality here. Yu and Daz's eyes condensed, and saw the pirate who wanted to cut Mushan. He immediately sent out magic soul interference, causing him to lose control of his body, and jump a few times on the side. "Damn you little devil. Don't move, or I will kill these 2 people. The man stretched his hand forward a little to threaten Yu and Daisy. He took into account the safety of Fat Tiger and Sunia, and did not act rashly. A balance was formed on the field temporarily. Fat Tiger was fine, but Sunia, who had a weaker psychological endurance, began to cry for help. Then, Mushan looked at the man speechlessly, and began to dance. Inside the treasure island, the captain saw this situation, and began to operate the treasure island to sink. Soon, the treasure island began to tremble, and everyone was attracted by the noise, but Yu and Daisy still used the induction technique to prevent them from suddenly attacking. After a while, the whole island began to sink, causing the seawater to surge. Ziofu was unable to hold the rope firmly because of the shaking and fell down. For everyone's safety, Yu and Daisy had to go over to catch Ziofu. The bearded man saw that the child had no spare energy to defend against them, and thought this was an opportunity, so he immediately retracted his hand and ran towards Yu and Daisy. He sensed the pirates' movements, but he couldn't stop, otherwise Ziofu would be in danger, so he had to recite a spell on the way. When Yu and Daisy caught Ziofu, he also arrived in front of Yu and Daisy and hit him hard. Although Yu and Daz's strength was higher than the pirate, due to his unstable center of gravity, plus he was too small and light, he was knocked out by him, and his staff also loosened. In the air, the pirate pointed his pistol at Yu and Daisuke, "Go to hell," and then fired. Chapter 36. Classmate Yuan is in a bad mood. When he started running towards Yu and Daisuke, he had already expected this scene, so he didn't let go of the staff in his hand. While he was running over, Yu and Daisuke had already chanted a spell, gathering magic to cast the second level body protection spell. His pistol fired, and Yu and Daisuke's magic power had been successfully gathered, and a faint golden light wrapped around him. Unfortunately, the single point attack power of the bullet was too strong, and the defense power of the body protection spell was mainly against magic type attacks, and the defense power against this kind of physical damage was weakened. The power of the bullet still penetrated Yu and Daisuke's magic barrier and hit his chest. A blood flower exploded on his body, and Yu and Daisuke also fell into the sea. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, but only Zayashi jumped down without hesitation, wanting to rescue Yu and Daisuke from the bottom of the sea. The pirates still wanted to kill them all, but the leading female pirate said, "The adults have turned on the underwater mode. Don't worry about these little ghosts, hurry up and get on the boat." Then she organized everyone to retreat. The rest of the people got on the boat quickly, and she was the only one who hadn't left. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly saw Shizuka, who was fixing her hair, and suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "Aren't you Sarah? Why are you here? Come with me." Then he grabbed Shizuka and wanted to take her to the submarine. Shizuka saw that it was hopeless to struggle and immediately shouted, "Nobita, save me." Nobita also heard the shout and signaled to Doraemon with his eyes. Doraemon immediately took out the bamboo dragonfly for Nobita, put one on himself, and took off to chase the submarine. Fat Tiger and Sunia stood on the ground in a daze. There were only 2 of them left out of the original 7 people. They didn't know what to do, so they had to watch Nobita and the others leave. Yu and Daisuke's chest was bleeding continuously, and he felt really uncomfortable feeling his own vitality fading. And because his talisman was engraved with a life talisman, his sense of life was more acute. He couldn't chant spells at the bottom of the sea, and his wand was also out of his hand when he was hit just now. Yu and Daisuke had to keep swimming up, but it was very laborious and very slow. It took about 1 or 2 minutes. Then a person fell into the sea and swam towards him. Yu and Daisuke's induction technique sensed that it was Izuki-shan, so he cooperated and handed his hand to him. After a while, he felt his hand being grabbed by another strong hand, pulling him up. Soon, Yu and Daisuke's head was out of the sea. The first thing he did was to spit out the seawater in his lungs. Then Zayashi saw that he was still conscious and said, "Hold on, don't sleep. If you fall asleep, you may never wake up." Yu and Daisuke finally spit out all the water and said, "How can you expect me to die?" Zayashi saw that he was fine, smiled awkwardly, and said, "I'm just afraid that something will happen to you." Yu and Daisuke took a deep breath and began to chant. At the same time, he floated his body up to let the wound on his chest emerge from the sea to prevent seawater from mixing into his healed body. After a while, Yu and Daisuke completed the spell, and a green light covered the wound. 2 seconds later, the wound was as good as new. Seeing this, Zayashi said, "Is your magic so powerful? Can such a serious injury be cured in an instant?" He shook his head and said, "No way. If the bullet really penetrated my chest, at least 3 healing spells would be needed, and I would have to live until then. I just used a defensive spell to block it, so my internal organs were not injured. It was just an external injury." Demission was relieved. Nobita and Doraemon were chasing the submarine. The woman was impatient when she saw the bugs behind them and said, "What's wrong with these guys?" The man also said, "Let me do it." Then he took out a pistol and fired a few shots at Nobita and Doraemon. In order to avoid the bullets, the 2 of them disrupted their flight trajectory and slowed down. Seeing this, the 2 took the opportunity to open the protective cabin and dived into the water. Nobita was unwilling to give up, so he grabbed the tail of the submarine and tried to chase the submarine. Unfortunately, human power is difficult to compete with machines, and soon he had to let go due to lack of oxygen. Doraemon also dived and began to look for Nobita. But what was unexpected was that before Nobita was found, he saw a boy with short blonde hair, wearing a green long sleeve and blue trousers floating on a lifebuoy, and he had lost consciousness. Doraemon rescued him, and after a while, he found Nobita who had drunk enough water and brought them back together. This was not an easy life, and the three of them flew for a long time before reaching the cabin. Dekisugi saw that Gian as he was almost recovered and was about to call for help. But he stopped Dekisugi and said, "Wait, I still have something to do." Then he used his mental power to call for the staff. The wood spirit staff flew out of the sea. Gian as he caught it, put it back in his palm, and said, "Okay, it's okay now." Dekisugi then began to call for help from Fat Tiger and Sunia. The two heard it, found a rope from above, and pulled them up. "Are you okay, Gian classmate?" Sunia hurried up to ask. After all, Gian as he was injured because of saving Sunia, and he felt a little guilty about it. "Don't worry, I'm fine. But that guy, if I see him next time, I will kill him." As he said that, he punched the wall of the ship, breaking a piece of wood into pieces. Everyone felt the murderous aura of Gian as he and shuddered. At this time, Doraemon's voice came again around. "Fat Tiger, Sunia, help me." The person in the sky was Doraemon, holding a child in each hand. The arm strength is also very strong. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to help. The three of them got on the boat. Fat Tiger and Sunia saw that there was no Shizuka, but an unidentified boy was brought instead, and they were all disappointed. Doraemon said, "I will give Nobita first aid. You try to deal with the child first." Everyone agreed. At this time, Gian as he heard a voice that did not belong to them. It was that guy who woke up. Now he has no good feelings for the people on the pirate side. He has begun to regret letting a few pirates go just now. He should have gone all out to keep everyone. As for the guy who dared to shoot him, Gian as he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. The induction technique sensed the soul fluctuations of the guy, and Gian as he said, "If you want to deal with it, do it quickly. This guy has woken up." Everyone turned their heads and looked at the boy. Seeing that others had discovered his disguise, he stopped pretending to sleep and got up to run away. Fat Tiger grabbed him quickly, and the guy began to struggle wildly. Although the boy was a little small, he was still strong, and Fat Tiger couldn't take him down for a while. Seeing this, Gian as he said, "Fat Tiger, get out of the way, I'll do it." After hearing this, Fat Tiger was shocked and whispered, "You'd better be honest, that guy is not an easy person to get along with, and he is in a bad mood now. It would be better to surrender." But as an enemy, and he didn't know him, how could he listen to Fat Tiger? So he continued to struggle, and Fat Tiger had no choice but to let go. When he saw this, he also knew that Gian as he was in a bad mood now, so he didn't dare to stop him. Gian as he grabbed the boy who was about to run away and twisted his right hand behind his back. "Ah, you bastard, let me go." The boy screamed in pain. Seeing that he was still trying to break free, Gian as he did not show any mercy and pressed his head to the ground, making a loud noise. Chumushin hurried over and said, "How can you do this? He did nothing wrong." Gian as he said without emotion, "Don't worry, I controlled the strength. He will be injured at most. It won't be a big problem." Chumushin didn't want to argue with him who was in a bad mood, so he quickly helped the little boy up. Seeing that blood kept pouring out of his nose and tears were flowing down uncontrollably, he quickly helped him to Doraemon and asked him to treat the child. Doraemon had to put down his work and took out the first aid tools to bandage the boy. This time he learned his lesson. No matter how much pain he was in, he didn't scream, let alone try to escape. After giving him first aid, Doraemon said, "This guy's bones are fine, but his nose was hit hard and his blood vessels were ruptured. He will be fine after a rest." Then he continued to give Nobita first aid. Gian as he still looked at him expressionlessly and said nothing. He didn't dare to move, just stood there sobbing, wiping his tears with his left hand, and his right hand drooping weakly. Fat Tiger wanted to tie him up, but seeing that he was so obedient and was beaten by Gian as a ruthless man, he decided to give up. Demishin looked at him and felt sympathetic, so he said to Gian as "I know you are very angry, but he is innocent. Why are you like this?" He looked at Demishin and said, "After I restrained his hands, he was still struggling, so I had to choose the most convenient way to deal with him." Demishin sighed and said nothing more. Not long after, Doraemon pressed the water out of Nobita's stomach, and Nobita woke up. The first thing this guy did when he woke up was to shout, "What's going on? Where's Shizuka?" Then he heard a sobbing sound. Nobita turned his head and saw a blonde boy crying with a bandage on his nose. "Who is this? Why is he on our ship?" Doraemon roughly explained to Nobita how the child got on the ship. "I see. Then why is he crying all the time?" Dekisugi touched his head embarrassedly and said, "This, because he suspected that he was from the previous wave of pirates, and he tried to escape just now, and Fat Tiger couldn't subdue him for a while, and because of what happened just now, classmate Yuan was in a bad mood, so he pressed him to the ground and hurt his nose." A few drops of cold sweat left on Nobita's face. Classmate Yuan's fighting ability was still so strong. It seemed that he should be fine. Then he thought again, if this child is a pirate, then he must know where those people are. In other words, if you want to save Shizuka, he is the only clue. Chapter 37 Persuasion. When Nobita thought of this, he immediately turned around and grabbed the blonde boy's right hand. Just as he was about to ask a question, he heard his scream. Dekisugi quickly pulled Nobita away and began to check his hand. Doraemon also rushed over with a first aid kit. The boy's hand was dislocated. It should be, because Yuan Daisy twisted it too hard just now. He felt a little sorry. After all, the grudge between him and the pirates should not involve him. And just now, he vented his resentment of being almost killed on the boy, so he used such a heavy hand. After all, Doraemon is a professional childlike robot, and he is very good at treating injuries. He bandaged his hand in a short while. "Hello, my name is Nobita. What's your name?" The boy didn't want to answer, but seeing Nobita's sincere eyes, he said, "My name is Furoku." Nobita saw that things were promising and said, "Then Furoku, can you tell me where those pirates took Shizuka?" Furoku thought for a moment and said, "I don't know now." And as he quietly used the induction technique to sense it nearby, his soul did not fluctuate, and he did not lie. "Damn, what on earth is that island?" Nobita scratched his head. At this time, a ball flew out of a pocket next to Furoku and began to fly around them. It also hit Fat Tiger and Sunia's faces and knocked them to the ground. After the two got up, their faces were red. This thing wanted to hit Yuan Daisuke, and he immediately reached out and grabbed the ball and squeezed it hard. This should be the parrot that spoke insincerely. Seeing that the prank failed, the parrot deformed in Yuan Daisuke's hands. The head, wings, feet and other objects appeared from nowhere and turned into a parrot in his hand. "Yuan Daisuke, you are bad. Bat. The first sentence, after breaking out of the shell, made his head blue. This guy doesn't know what's good for him? Thinking of this, Yuan Daisuke casually broke the other side of the boat and said, "What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly." The boat fell into silence because of his action. Furoku really understood that what Fat Tiger gave him just now was really advice, and Doraemon and Nobita understood where the other hole on the boat came from. Only Dekisugi reacted and said, "Yuan classmate, you have broken a lot of things today. I think your mood is unstable. I will accompany you to rest." Yuan, as he paused, nodded and let go of the hand holding the parrot, and then Dekisugi and him walked into the living room on the boat. Zion found 2 books, handed one to Yuan Daisuke, and they started reading books here together. This is what the two often do when they are together. Reading books really helps Yuan Daisuke calm down. He did have some trouble controlling his emotions this morning, mainly because that shot almost killed him. Izuki also understood this and did not stop Yegendaiji from venting his anger. However, when Yegendaiji went too far, Izuki still had to come out to stop him. Zion also knew that he was the only one on the ship who could stop Yegendaiji in this situation, so he had to take on this important task. Because the violent maniac had left, the originally oppressive atmosphere finally disappeared. Furoku introduced, "This guy is Kiz, a mechanical playmate for children, who likes to tell us the answers to questions in the form of riddles." The parrot also started its own riddle. A ship can hold 1,000 people, but only 999 of them sat on it, and the ship sank. Why is this? Doraemon began to ponder. This kind of question still could not stump the robot of the future. After a while, Doraemon gave the answer. The answer is a submarine. The parrot shouted, "Bingo! Correct answer." and threw a burst of fireworks from the sky, plus a piece of paper with a circle drawn on it. The stupid raccoon robot got it right. The parrot still deserves a beating. Doraemon was so angry that he started fighting with the robot. So, that island is a huge submarine? Nobita also reacted and looked at Furoku. Furoku finally walked out of the shadow of Yu and Dazi and stopped sobbing. Yes, that small island is a huge submarine in disguise. Now they have dived into the deep sea and disappeared. Nobita wanted to ask more, but found that his stomach was already growling. After thinking about it, he found that he had not eaten since morning, and the others were also hungry. Doraemon also discovered this problem and said, "Don't worry about asking questions. Let's fix the boat first, then go to the reception room to have breakfast and ask slowly." Seeing that no one objected, Doraemon took out the restoration ray, restored the 2 holes in the boat that were punched by Yu and Dazi to their original state, and then led everyone into the reception room. Yu and Dazi and Emushin were reading books. Suddenly, they saw everyone coming in, so they put their books away. Doraemon took out a gourmet napkin from his pocket and made a hearty breakfast for everyone. Yu and Dazi was hungry, so he ate with everyone. Furoku saw that they were eating so happily, and he couldn't help but join the ranks of foodies. After a while, everyone was full and started to ask about business. Furoku, who are those guys? When Furoku heard this question, he stood up and walked to the windowsill and said, "These guys are time pirates." Others were fine, but Doraemon's reaction was very big because he came from the future and knew the dangers and abilities of time pirates. Furoku continued, "These guys drive a pirate ship that can be transformed at will, traveling back and forth between the past, present, and future. The treasures sleeping on the seabed all over the world are their targets. The greed of these guys is endless." At this point, he knocked hard on the windowsill. "I used to work as a mechanic on that ship, but now I have escaped." Nobita and the others were curious about the reason and asked, "Why did you escape?" Furoku paused and knocked on the window again with his hand. "Because I'm fed up. I don't want to help that guy anymore." His hand was injured because he used too much force, but no one saw it. Yu and Dazi's induction technique sensed that his hand had begun to bleed slowly. Nobita asked in confusion, "Who is that guy?" Furoku gritted his teeth and said his name, "The captain of the pirate ship, John Silver." As soon as the words fell, Emushin retorted, "No, there is a problem. If you say you work for a craftsman, it's normal, but you are a child of about 10 years old. How can you work for the captain of a pirate ship? The most likely thing is that you are lying." Yu and Dazi shook his head and said, "You are wrong this time, Emushin. I can confirm that he is not lying." Emushin did not doubt what Yu and Dazi said, and then began to think again. If he is not lying, then the most likely thing is. Yu and Dazi took a sip of coffee and continued Zyashin's words. The most likely thing is that they are related. For example, a father-son relationship. As he said that, he put down the coffee, took out a roll of bandage and walked over. Everyone was very nervous when they saw Yu and Dazi's actions, because they all knew that he had a grudge against the pirates and were afraid that he would hurt the boy. Emushin stopped everyone. "Don't worry, he won't hurt him." I didn't feel that Yu and classmate was angry. Although he said so, it was still a bit scary when Yu and Dazi walked over with a blank expression. Furoku couldn't help but step back, but there was a wall behind him, so he could only watch the violent man walk over. Yu and Dazi walked up to him and said, "You should be the captain's son, right?" Furoku nodded. "Looking at you, you must have run away from home in anger after a conflict with your father." He was silent for a while and nodded again. Yu and Dazi stretched out his hand and held his left hand, saying, "First of all, no matter whose fault it is, your body is your own. If you don't even take care of yourself, then why should you ask others to take care of you?" As he spoke, he pulled his hand away. The wound on the back of his hand was still bleeding because of the blow on the window. Yu and Dazi began to bandage him. Secondly, running away from home will not help solve the problem at all. The effect it brings will only make the people who love you worry. In the end, your father will compromise with you or take you back by force because he is afraid that you will get hurt. If you are unlucky, you may float on the sea until you die. No one expected Yu and Dazi to treat him like this, but seeing that he seemed to be making progress, they just wait and see. After a while, he bandaged Furoku's hand and cast a weak healing spell to make his injury heal faster. Then he said, no matter how your father treats you, you must first express your thoughts to him. How many family tragedies are caused by mutual misunderstanding and lack of communication? In the end, the misunderstanding becomes deeper and deeper, and it turns into tragedy. I think you should first go back to the boat and have a good talk with your father and tell him what you think. What do you think? Furoku looked at his bandaged hand, thought for a while, and made up his mind. Okay, let's go find him. Chapter 38 Rescue and Escape Plan. Everyone cheered when they heard Furoku agreed. However, Furoku asked a cruel question. Although I want to go back, I can't find the location of the submarine now. I don't know where it is after diving. Everyone's enthusiasm immediately faded. After waiting for a while, Yu and Dazi saw that they still had no clue, so he decided to give them a hint. Doraemon, is your treasure map still useful? Doraemon took out the treasure map and found that the treasure chest sign was no longer there. He quickly dug around on the map and found the island in a short while. Great, everyone. Let's go and rescue Shizuka. Nobita was full of fighting spirit, but Furoku asked, I've been hearing you talking about Shizuka just now. Who is that? Nobita said first, Shizuka is a very beautiful girl. We'll introduce her to you when she comes out. Furoku also thought of his sister on the island. Speaking of this, my sister is also on the island. I wonder how they are doing. As he spoke, he took out keys, and the ball became transparent, revealing a photo of a blonde girl. When everyone saw the girl, they were stunned for a moment, and then they all said in unison, isn't this Shizuka? Gian and as he also took a look. Except for the hair color and eye color, everything else was almost the same as Shizuka. No wonder the two idiots made a mistake. The IQ of the pirates is indeed questionable, but they are definitely here to make fun of her. Furoku also understood why Shizuka was captured. But even if they can find the pirates, they can't be the pirates' opponents. They are just children. Furoku still has no confidence. Nobita was full of confidence and said, it doesn't matter. We have a robot Doraemon from the future. He has many props from the future and will definitely help us win. Doraemon was so happy that his face turned red when he heard Nobita praising him. He said modestly, no, I'm not that good. Fat Tiger and Sunia beside him criticized him, saying, this guy always fails at the critical moment and only relies on props. The parrot also added, that's right, a robot that looks like a raccoon cat is definitely unreliable. Doraemon and Kiss started fighting again. And, Yu and classmate over there. Yu and as he heard it and retorted, don't involve me. I went there mainly to avenge them. Saving people is secondary. I want to make a hole in his chest with my own hands. Everyone shuddered at the same time. When Dekisugi heard him say that, he looked at Yu and Dazi with some worry. Furoku looked at them and said, now that we have decided, let's discuss the first question. How should we approach the island? Fat Tiger didn't care. That's the question? It doesn't matter. Doraemon has a portal. Just open it. Doraemon immediately denied. No, the pirate ship is moving at full speed now, and we can't use the portal. Now our choice is to drive the ship to chase. With this map, we will never lose it. Nobita Mystic full speed ahead. Target the pirate ship. Set off. The sailboat spread all the sails and the forward speed increased again. Nobita saw that everyone was having a good time and couldn't help but sighed. I don't know how Shizuka is doing now. She won't be executed by the pirates, right? Izuki heard this muttering to himself, smiled and said to Nobita, Nobita, don't worry about this problem. I have met with our future self, and he didn't give me any relevant warnings, which means that our lives are not in danger. Nobita finally felt better after hearing this. But I was still worried. I didn't know how Shizuka was doing. Even if she was safe, she might suffer. At this time, Shizuka had met Sarah on the pirate ship. They were both stunned to see someone who looked so similar to them. Just when everyone hadn't reacted, the door suddenly opened. The man with braids appeared at the door. Seeing the two Sarah inside, he was also stunned. Sarah saw that the situation was not good and immediately went over to close the door and said, Gaga, why did you come in without knocking? I'm changing clothes. More than 10 seconds later, he opened the door again. He had already arranged his clothes. There was also a mirror in the room, which successfully fooled Gaga. Then he and the woman named Bibi asked for a piece of bread and left in a hurry. After they left, Shizuka came out from under the bed at Sarah's call. Sarah returned to the kitchen and started to cook with jam and bread. Shizuka and Sarah chatted and got to know each other. Soon Sarah prepared lunch. It was golden French toast with honey and jam, which looked very appetizing. After a while of being reserved, Shizuka succumbed to hunger and started to eat. Sarah was also very happy to see her eating so happily. After eating and drinking, Sarah said, "Shizuka, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt. After all, you were captured because you look like me." Shizuka nodded and smiled sweetly. Nobita and his friends also began to track the traces of pirates. They have been drifting on the sea for a whole day. They have seen many wonders throughout the day, but because they are worried about their companions, everyone has lost the patience to watch. So this day passed uneventfully, and as his mood has calmed down, and the atmosphere is not so solemn when he gets along with everyone. Furoku has also adapted to having him as a companion. At night, Shizuka couldn't sleep. Although her current life is not bad, she still misses her old life. After all, there are familiar things there, including classmates, teachers, partners, and important family members. At this time, a little yellow light suddenly emerged from the quilt. Shizuka gently lifted the quilt and found a water-fearing jellyfish still staying in her quilt. An escape plan gradually took shape in Shizuka's mind. On Nobita's side, everyone was already resting in bed. Furoku occupied Shizuka's original bed, which made Fat Tiger and Sunia a little unhappy. But he couldn't sleep either, because he was worried about how Sarah was doing, and was also wondering if his father was worried about him now, as the cold-faced man said. Was he really wrong about this? Thinking of this, Furoku turned over again. There was no words all night. Doraemon also wanted to rest, but the command room on the ship could not be left unattended. In order to ensure the correct route, he and Mini Dora had to take turns to rest. Now he hasn't had a good sleep for 2 nights. Fortunately, he is a robot and can still bear it. The next day, Shizuka took the first step on her road to escape, leaving the room first. She knew that Sarah was working in a restaurant yesterday, so she said to Sarah, "If possible, I hope to help you with something. I don't want to stay here all the time, and I also want to use my ability to make a little contribution to you." Sarah heard it and said that this matter was not something she could decide alone. After all, there are many people in the kitchen, and it is too difficult to hide someone secretly without being discovered. It requires the consent of the people in the kitchen, and she has to discuss it with them. After finishing work in the restaurant in the morning, Sarah came back with a smile and said, "Shizuka, I have told Mariah and the others that you can go to the restaurant to help. They will keep it a secret." Shizuka also smiled and responded, "That's great. Although life here is not bad, this is not her original home after all." Shizuka will strive for every possibility to go home, where there are people waiting for her. Shizuka joined the ranks of chefs at noon and learned to make bread from Sarah. Mariah also went into the kitchen when she had some free time and said to Shizuka, "Don't worry, our restaurant has privileges here. As long as you are here, no one can find you. So you have to work hard here. Those men are really unreliable." Everyone laughed together. Soon after, Mariah left for work, leaving only Shizuka and Sarah to continue working in the kitchen. The two kept chatting, from parents to relatives, and then to men. Shizuka thought of Nobita, who was still outside. Men nowadays are really rude. They often break into my room without my consent. It's really too much. Sarah also said, "My brother is sometimes very annoying. He is a very stubborn person. He doesn't discuss anything with me. He had a big fight with my father some time ago and jumped off the boat and left. I don't know what happened to him. It's really a worry. By the way, I'll take you out to play after get off work. You haven't had a good time on the boat for a day. We, as hosts, are really not treating you well." Shizuka smiled and nodded, then continued to cook. The busiest time at noon had just arrived. However, Shizuka also grasped the key points. First, there is a place where people can leave, so her plan is feasible. Second, she can go to familiarize herself with the terrain this afternoon. If there is a chance, she can release the jellyfish back into the ocean to find help. Thinking of these 2 points, Shizuka continued to work, not letting Sera see the flaws. Chapter 39 The Rhythm of the Sky. Everyone was on the boat, and because they had been at sea for a long time, everyone was bored. Kiz was still flying and calling beside them, and Yu and Dazi was very annoyed with it. It was the noisiest on the whole boat, and what it said was of no nutritional value. He had reached the limit of his tolerance. Because there were not many shots of Kiz on TV, it was not shown that it was annoying. It was not until they really got along with each other that they found that this kind of thing could easily drive people crazy. Dekisugi still did not show any impatience, standing on the deck looking at the sea view. Fat Tiger and Sunia were fishing, and Nobita was not sure what he was thinking. Doraemon saw that the atmosphere on the boat was very depressing, so he said, "How about this, Furoku? Let Kiz and I play a guessing game." Furoku saw that there were no good recreational facilities on the boat, and everyone had nothing to do, so he said, "Kiz, you play with Doraemon, let him see how powerful you are." Seeing that the dull atmosphere was finally broken, Yu and Dazi also came over. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so it was okay to let this parrot say something useful. Everyone gathered around and watched this robot duel. Question: what has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Doraemon thought for a moment and gave the answer: this thing is a person. Yu and Dazi was immediately unhappy. These two said they were things? Wait, saying they were not things didn't seem to be a good thing either. Just when Yu and Dazi was struggling, the two had already started the second round of fierce confrontation. Doraemon is worthy of being a new type of robot in the 22nd century. Kiz could guess every riddle. Furoku was embarrassed. After all, this duel was, in a sense, a duel between him and the 22nd century. He cheered for Kiz. "Kiz, don't lose. Let him know how powerful we are." Kiz said his last riddle: "What is a robot without a cat?" Doraemon began to think, and soon he had an idea and said, "Without a cat, it is a cat-free robot." Doraemon confidently said the answer, and then reacted and shouted, "Damn it, I told you I'm not a raccoon, I'm a cat-shaped robot." Then he wrestled with Kiz again, although he was only beaten one-sidedly. Everyone laughed happily when they saw this scene. Just when everyone was having fun, Minidora suddenly sounded the alarm. After a string of Doraemon that no one could understand, Doraemon stopped playing around and said solemnly, "Oh no, the storm is moving faster than I expected, and we may hit the storm." After hearing this, Yu and Dazi was also ready to meet the challenge. Although this ship was assembled by Izuki, and the mast should not break, it is very likely to capsize. Encountering a storm at sea is no joke. Everyone quickly entered a state of combat readiness, and Doraemon also sat in the captain's seat, ready for battle. In less than a minute, the sky became gloomy, and thick clouds with lightning covered their heads. For some reason, Yu and Dazi did not feel depressed, but instead had an urge to fly up and keep pace with the clouds. He felt his sea of consciousness and found that the stripes representing the sky in the law pattern were shining, which prompted Yu and Dazi to fly up to the sky to feel the storm. However, he did not care about the desire brought by the talisman now. The most important thing to do now was to solve the worry about his life first, and then consider this method that might improve his strength. The storm began to gather, and the wind in the sky became stronger. At this time, Izuki on the watchtower saw something flying in the sky. Looking closely, it was 2 grey birds. Izuki thought for a while, and immediately looked around, and sure enough, he saw an island not far away. Just when Zyashin was about to remind them, the bottom of the boat suddenly shook, and Zyashin fell down, so she didn't have time to remind them. The vibrations below continued, and finally stopped. Doraemon received the news that the bottom of the boat had hit a reef. Doraemon immediately shouted, "Don't panic. The 3 strongest people, Fat Tiger, Yuan and Furoku, will adjust the sails to cope with the upcoming storm. Dekisugi will continue to look out and convey the wind direction. Minidora will be responsible for repairing the boat, and the rest of the people will cooperate with Minidora to deal with the water in the cabin. Everyone, take action immediately to overcome the difficulties." Under the command of Doraemon, they acted in an orderly manner. Yu and Dazi began to cooperate with everyone to pull up the sails and adjust the direction. Nobita and Sunia also got water gloves and special buckets. Izuki finally stood up again and said loudly to Doraemon, "Doraemon, there is an island at 8 o'clock. We can go there first to ride out the storm." Doraemon immediately picked up the telescope and looked in the direction pointed by Izuki. Sure enough, he saw an island where he could rest. "Everyone hold on, we will go to the island immediately." Doraemon ran to the rudder and wanted to turn on the automatic navigation and go to help. But he found that, because of the reef just now, the automatic navigation mode had been damaged and now only manual navigation was available. The storm finally came, and the pressure on Yu and Dazi and Fat Tiger Furoku finally came. Pull left and adjust the sail to the direction of the island, otherwise the speed will not be enough. Furoku is worthy of being a person who has been at sea for a long time and has some experience with storms. Under his command, the three began to adjust the sails, and Doraemon also turned the rudder and controlled the course. Nobita and Sunia also cooperated to throw water balls out of the cabin one by one. At this time, Izuku suddenly said, "Don't pour out all the water, leave some to lower the water line, so that it is not easy to capsize." Sunia said that he knew, but his hands did not slow down. Now there is too much water below. If it is not drained out in time, the boat will sink. This time, because there are more people, there is no quarrel in the original work. At that time, the quarrel was mainly because Furoku was dissatisfied with Fat Tiger and Sunia for being amateurs and not listening to orders. The mast was broken at that time. Now the amateurs basically went to drain the water. Izuku explained most of the things on the ship to them, so naturally there would be no quarrel. The boat was moving forward steadily, and the hole in the ground was gradually filled by Mini Dora, and the amount of water entering was greatly reduced. When the pressure on Sunia was reduced, he went to help others. After more than half an hour, they successfully arrived at the island. The storm was getting more and more intense, but it was no longer a threat to us. Everyone was so tired that they lay down with their bare chests, but Yu and Dazi was in high spirits. Because of the strange power curse, the intensity of his own exercise was not strong, so he still had some strength left. Unfortunately, the sailboat was severely damaged due to continuous sailing in the storm. Although it was not scrapped, it still needed major repairs. Yu and Dazi ignored the others who were tired on the ground and asked Doraemon for a bamboo dragonfly. Doraemon was very curious about why Yu and Dazi wanted a bamboo dragonfly, but he still gave it to him. Yu and Dazi wore the bamboo dragonfly and started to fly to the center of the storm without saying a word. Doraemon was shocked. Flying there in this weather was just like seeking death. He immediately took out the bamboo dragonfly to stop Yu and Dazi. He sensed the movements of Doraemon below, and as soon as Doraemon flew away from the shore, he performed a levitation technique to take the blue fat man's bamboo dragonfly off his head. Doraemon didn't know why the prop suddenly failed and could only watch Yu and Dazi fly to the center of the storm cloud in the air. The speed of the bamboo dragonfly is much faster than sailing. More than 10 minutes later, Yu and Dazi arrived at the eye of the storm. There were dense lightning in the clouds, but for some reason they all surrounded him and did not hurt him. The clouds also began to rotate around him, forming a giant vortex. Yu and Dazi turned on the induction technique to the maximum, and the lines of the talisman also lit up. The surrounding storms were cheering, and he carefully felt the flow of each cloud and the direction of each gust of wind. Now he felt as if he could control everything, as if he was the master of this storm. Strands of strange energy merged into the lines of the talisman, and the lines gradually became condensed, just like the lines of the past and the future that had absorbed the power of time before and began to evolve. This little guy's really blessed, and it started so early. I don't know how far he will be able to perceive. Although this storm is not small, it is still not enough, and it is about to dissipate. If it is bigger, it may evolve to the level of the past and the future. Such a small storm is not worth my effort. I'd better rest. The energy is still very empty. An ancient spirit was talking to himself in the sea of consciousness. Yu and Dazi felt the storm quietly and finally came out of that magical state. He smiled, gently put his hand on his head, and took off the bamboo dragonfly. Now, I don't seem to need this thing anymore. After taking off the bamboo dragonfly, Yu and Daisy did not fall into the sea, but continued to float in the air. After his understanding, he could directly activate the sky pattern to fly in the air, and his speed was faster than that of the bamboo dragonfly. Yu and Daisy continued to activate the laws of the sky. The wind around him seemed to be under some command, forming a hurricane around him, and lightning began to rage. There was a doomsday scene around him, and Yu and Daz's smile became even stronger. He took out the wooden spirit staff, and with the cooperation of the staff, the storm became more violent. He had already felt the rhythm of the sky. Chapter 40 On the island. Just when Yu and Daisy was happy, a voice came from his sea of consciousness. You have discovered the method of using the talisman pattern, which really surprised me. He heard this familiar voice and whispered, soul-devouring monument, how did you wake up? I woke up because I felt a very strong energy fluctuation. I thought you had broken through to the 3rd level elite mage, but I didn't expect you to feel the world law. I was surprised. World law, what is that? Yu and Daisy was very confused because no one had ever told him. The pattern engraved on the talisman is the world law, which is the rule I told you last time. This thing should have been felt when you became an elite mage, but I didn't expect you to start now. Your understanding and luck are very good. It seems that my helpless act at the beginning is a good seedling. Helpless act? How did I make you recognize me as my master? Yu and Daz's doubts became even heavier. Oh, forget it. I'll tell you later. Time is running out. Listen carefully. Remember everything I'm going to say next. First of all, the power of the spell is to pry the rules, to help you cast magic. So you should have guessed that the patterns on the talisman are a kind of alternative spell. You can use some of the power of the rules now, but rules also come in different sizes. Don't easily drive rules that you haven't comprehended, especially the patterns of the rules of the sun and stars. With your current ability, you will have to pay with your life to drive them. As for the practice of rules, it's not the right time yet. Level 3 is considered entry level, and level 4 can truly comprehend these. Don't worry, you will naturally get it when the time comes. After he paused, he continued, it was right for you to take out the staff when you comprehended the sky. When you comprehend the rules in the future, take out the staff. It will absorb part of the power of the rules, which will not only strengthen the magic stone, but also allow you to cast the corresponding spells more smoothly. Okay, I'm going to continue to sleep. After he finished speaking, no matter how Yu and Daisy called him, he did not respond. This guy always speaks halfway. He's really unreliable, he complained, and then put on the bamboo dragonfly and flew down. On the island, everyone saw Doraemon fall into the water, and they all rushed to look for him. Not long after, Doraemon floated up by himself, looking in the direction where Yu and Daisy left, a little worried. However, he had already entered the clouds, and it would be very risky to chase him now, and it might not be successful. Dekisugi also looked at the direction where Yu and Daisy immediately left with some doubts, wondering what he was going to do. Not long after, the sky changed, and a small vortex slowly appeared in the middle of the clouds, and everyone's eyes were full of worry. After that, the vortex in the sky changed again, turning into a hurricane, accompanied by huge lightning, and no one could get close to it. Finally, when the hurricane reached its peak, it suddenly became calm, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the dark clouds still circling in the sky, everyone would have thought that there was no storm at all. Not long after, Yu and Daisy flew down from the sky wearing a bamboo dragonfly, and landed in the middle of everyone. Doraemon rushed over, and snatched the bamboo helicopter from Yu and Dais's head and said, how could you do such a dangerous thing? Do you know how worried everyone is? Yu and Daisy smiled, and said to everyone, I'm sorry to have worried everyone, but I have a reason to go. Fat Tiger didn't know where he got the courage from. He grabbed him by the collar and said, why do you have to risk your life, you bastard? Didn't you say you have to take care of yourself? Why do you want to give up your life? Yu and Daisy was not angry. He just looked into Fat Tiger's eyes and said, if I'm sure there is danger, I will definitely not go. The reason I will go is because I believe I will not be in danger. I'm sorry, I should have told you before, but I was afraid you would stop me, so I didn't tell you. Fat Tiger looked at him, shook his hand fiercely, let go of Yu and Daisuke, and then said, there won't be a next time. So what are you doing up there? Doraemon asked the question that everyone was wondering. Yu and Daisuke shook his head and said, this is personal privacy. It is not convenient to disclose. Everyone tried to ask, but he blocked them one by one. Dekisugi was thoughtful, and he probably understood why he went up, but he didn't know the details. But he still told him not to do such a dangerous thing next time. Seeing that Yu and Daisuke was safe and sound, the others stopped pursuing the matter and began to worry about the ship. The treasure ship was seriously damaged and needed to be repaired before it could be used. Doraemon took out his restoration light and wanted to restore the treasure ship, but when he turned on the light, he found that it was out of power. It should be, because it has not been used for too long, and the battery is out of power. Doraemon smiled bitterly and touched his head. This guy always fails at the critical moment. When Doraemon was worried, Furoku suddenly stood up and said, I can try to fix it. Everyone looked at him with hope. He touched his head and felt a little embarrassed, saying, don't look at me like that. I'm also a mechanic on the ship. Repairing ships is a necessary skill for every mechanic on the ship, so I should be able to repair this ship and improve it by the way. Doraemon took his hand and said, then I'll leave this ship to you. If you need anything, just ask. I will try my best to meet your needs. Furoku nodded, patted his chest and said, no problem, leave it to me. Others began to catch food at sea. There are still a lot of seafood near the coast. Yu and Daisuke caught a huge lobster and threw it on the shore, ready to grill it later. A lobster that is nearly half a meter long. He has never encountered such a big lobster at sea. He must have a feast today. There are also many strange plants on the island. For example, Fat Tiger picked a few fist-sized yellow unknown fruits, which tasted very sweet and rich in water. There were also some strawberry-like fruits that Nobita picked, but they were not sweet at all, but extremely sour. Nobita could not eat any more after eating one. Dekisugi was not interested in the fruits, but watched the ship repair work. Doraemon and Furoku were repairing the ship. Doraemon kept taking out the parts that Furoku needed, and Furoku kept putting them together. At noon, everyone simply made a lot of delicious food, including various seafood and fruits. After dinner, Chumashin suddenly pulled Yu and Daisuke aside and asked him, what on earth did you do this morning? Yu and Daisuke smiled and said, so it was for this matter. Let me tell you in detail. We mages cast spells by using magic spells to mobilize the power of nature. I went to the sky just now because I felt that nature was calling me, so I was sure that nothing would happen after I went up. The reason why hurricanes and other wonders formed in the sky was because I guided the power of nature. Chumashin suddenly realized and said, then can you use such powerful magic at any time? Yu and Daisuke shook his head and said, how can it be that easy? I can do such a scene only with the help of the storm formed by nature. If I do it myself, I can only bring a few clouds at most. It's still a long way to go for me to reach that level. Yu and Daisuke did not lie about this. Chumashin also believed it. He always trusted the people in front of him unconditionally, and he also felt that if he was so powerful, he would not be shot by others. After Zayashin understood the whole story, he did not mean to blame Yu and Daisuke, but he still reminded him not to do such dangerous things. Yu and Daisuke nodded and agreed to Chumashin, but even he himself did not know if he could do it. After all, such things are really unpredictable. After chatting, they returned to the team and began to deal with things on the ship. It took them more than 2 hours to clean the cabin, raise the sails again, and prepare new wooden beds. After finishing, Yu and Daisuke could not help but sit on the ground to rest for a while. Although it did not take much effort, it was still a bit too much to work continuously for such a long time. And Yu and Daisuke could not keep the strange power spell, otherwise the magic power would not be able to hold up. However, seeing their masterpiece, Yu and Daisuke was very satisfied, and Chumashin also smiled. These things are much more difficult to make than they look in the book. Chumashin chatted with Yu and Daisuke, who was sitting on the ground. The things in the cabin were brand new, and they all handled them again. Fat Tiger and his team were responsible for the outside of the cabin, and Chumashin and his team were responsible for the inside. Yeah, I've told you to read less and do more, and you will definitely gain as much as reading. That's right, I don't do much. Just as you and Dazzy and Demission were chatting, the sky gradually darkened. Most of the repairs on the ship had been completed, and the main body had taken shape. After everyone gathered together for dinner, they found a place to rest. They have been busy for the past 2 days, and mental fatigue is unavoidable for everyone. In the middle of the night, only Furoku was still busy, typing on an invisible keyboard. Ian and as he also took a look, and found that it seemed to be a bunch of codes that he couldn't understand, so he gave up. The sky gradually darkened, and everyone made their beds with the help of Doraemon, and began to rest. Chapter 41, Set Sail Again. On Treasure Island, Shizuka worked all afternoon, and finally got through the dinner rush hour. Everyone was no longer so busy. The store manager told Shizuka and Sarah that they could go home. After all, they were just children, and being too busy was not suitable for their growth. Sarah also stood up and took Shizuka to the river. Then he took out 2 balls, turned them into 2 water skateboards, and handed one to Shizuka. Shizuka took the skateboard and started paddling like Sarah. It was difficult to master at first, but soon she could control it freely and followed Sarah to slide towards an unknown place. During this period, many people cast strange looks. Strange. Why do I seem to see 2 Sarah? Am I dazzled? Shizuka also took a good look at the scenery on this so-called pirate ship, the huge modern city, the towering buildings, the working slings and the busy workers. Under everyone's eyes, the 2 slid to the end of Sarah's journey, an inconspicuous corner under the building, and there seemed to be a cipher machine on it. Sarah pressed it a few times, and a door opened on the pillar next to it. Shizuka and Sarah walked in, and found that there seemed to be an elevator inside. When they walked in, the door closed, and the elevator started running. She was able to see the buildings under the city. Thinking of what she saw and heard today, Shizuka couldn't help but ask her doubts. Sarah, is this really just a pirate ship? Sarah thought, I don't know, but I remember that this place seemed to be used for other purposes before, but it was later transformed into a pirate ship. Let's not talk about this for now. I will take you to see the treasure buried in this ship. While the 2 were chatting, the elevator also ran to the bottom. Shizuka followed Sarah through a corridor and then entered a room full of animals that Shizuka had never seen before. Shizuka was shocked because the animals all looked very ferocious. Seeing Shizuka like this, Sarah smiled and said, don't worry, the animals here are not alive. They have been made into specimens. My brother said that these are kept for the purpose of preserving their genes in the future, and they can also be used as specimens for textbooks in the future. Continuing to walk forward, Sarah said as she walked, but this is not what I want to show you. Come with me. At the end of the room, there is a wall, and there is still a cipher machine in front of it. It should also be necessary to enter the password to open the door. Sarah walked forward and said while entering the password, in fact, this place was originally not allowed to enter, but my brother is so powerful that he cracked the password here, and this place has become our secret base. While talking, the door opened, and a burst of golden light shone, causing Shizuka to close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The room was full of gold and silver treasures, and gold coins were scattered everywhere on the ground, but the least valuable thing was also gold coins. There were also many precious items such as jewels, crowns and swords, which made people indulge in them. The most eye-catching one was the statue in front. A huge mother statue, covered with a huge golden cape, covering the whole body of the statue, and countless gold and silver jewels on the body, with a solemn look. Shizuka couldn't help but sigh. So, this is the real reason why this place is designated as Treasure Island. As she said, she walked towards the pile of treasures, picked up a necklace, and put it on, then a bracelet, and a crown. After the decorations were completed, Shizuka's face was solemn, and her temperament instantly changed into that of a queen. Sarah was also stunned by this beauty, and could only look at Shizuka with lifeless eyes. Shizuka blushed and said, "Don't look at me, I'm embarrassed." Sarah realized that she had lost her composure and apologized repeatedly. Then he said, "The jewels here were salvaged from the bottom of the sea all over the world, and have been forgotten for who knows how long." Shizuka looked at the treasures in the room and said, "Did you salvage all these?" But what do you want so many treasures for? Sarah thought for a while and said, I don't know, but my father said that these things will have their own uses in the end. Shizuka heard her mention her father more than once and asked, so where is your father? Sarah pointed up and said, he is working up there now. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know if what he is doing now is right. But I believe he must have his own reasons for doing what he did. But my brother can't understand, and he can't forgive him, so he jumped off the boat and left. I just hope that our family can be together happily. Why can't we sit down and have a good talk? At the end, Sarah wiped the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. Shizuka hurried over to comfort her and finally made her stop crying. The two chatted for a while. Shizuka saw the stone statue and asked, where did that statue come from? Why is it so huge? Sarah also saw it. After thinking for a while, he replied, I don't know either, but this statue should be taken from a fragment of the Bible and made according to the scene. As for where it was salvaged from, I really don't know. And that huge golden cloak should not have been salvaged at the same time as the statue. I have forgotten the time. I don't know whether it was in the past or the future, but it is said that it was salvaged in a tattered state. Later, someone used gold thread to repair it to become what it is now. As for who it was, I don't know. After all, I was too young at that time. After listening to it, Shizuka nodded and talked to Sarah about the gold, silver and jewelry here, and then set off on the return journey. Shizuka also noticed the drainage outlet here and wrote down the location. At night, Shizuka quietly ran out, walked to the location where the boat was moored under the cover of night, and took out the yellow jellyfish from her pocket. Please find Nobita and the others and bring them to save me, please. As she said, she wanted to put it into the water. But the jellyfish was very afraid of the seawater, and as soon as it approached the seawater, it struggled and hid in Shizuka's arms. Shizuka had no choice but to ask again, please, you are my only hope. Please. A tear fell silently and ripped on the jellyfish's head. It felt Shizuka's hope, looked at the cold seawater in front of it, and looked at Shizuka's face that was already full of tears. Finally, it mustered up the courage and jumped into the sea. The next day, after Yu and Dazi got up, he saw that Furoku had fallen asleep by the boat. The outside of the ship had been renovated, the holes on the deck had been repaired, and the caves on the bottom of the ship that were touched by the reef had been replaced with new wood, instead of just nailing some wood blocks on it as before. The mast had also been replaced with a new one, and it should be a part of the metal mast, not the pure wood as before. Part of the mast was folded up, and there was some exposed canvas on it, which should be the newly added sail. The ship was brand new. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yu and Dazi woke up the rest of the people. Doraemon gave a speech to try to cheer people up. Okay, our new ship is ready, and now we are about to set sail again, to chase the treasure island. Then he pointed to the front and said loudly, say it out loud, why have we been able to persist until now? Nobita, Fat Tiger, and Sunia were excited and shouted in unison, to rescue Shizuka. Furoku was also infected, to communicate with my family. Yu and Dazi saw that it was his turn, but he didn't know what to say, so he had to follow his instinct and shouted casually, for the tribe. Everyone. Anyway, they set off. After the transformation, the sails became much larger and the speed became faster. But if you want to catch up with the submarine, the speed is still not enough. Furoku said to Doraemon, Captain, try to turn on the high-speed sailing mode. Doraemon looked at the control panel and saw a lightning symbol next to the automatic gear, so he adjusted the gear. Yu and Dazi saw this scene behind Doraemon, and his mouth twitched. You, a sailing ship, actually set the gear. Why don't you go to the sky? Although he didn't understand this setting, he couldn't refute it, so he had to silently accept the fact that the ship would be in gear. Doraemon put the gear on high-speed sailing. The furled mast on the ship was also spread out. Several sails were opened again, and the propellers at the back began to work. Everyone clearly felt that the speed had increased a lot. Furoku shook his head and said, although the speed has increased by about twice after the improvement, it is still a little short of catching up with the submarine. There is no way to follow up like this. Doraemon knocked his head with his hand, and suddenly a light bulb flashed. There was a way. Then he took out a few Wind God fans and gave them to mini Doraemon, and then tied little Doraemon to the boat with ropes, letting them float in the air and wave the Wind God fans hard. When they waved the Wind God fan for the first time, the speed of the ship increased again, and this time the increase was greater than before. Even Yu and Dazi almost lost his balance, and everyone almost fell down. But no one blamed him, because this speed has surpassed the speed of Treasure Island under the sea, and it will soon catch up with Shizuka and the others. But at this time, Doraemon thought of something, and took out a satellite jammer, to prevent the satellite from photographing a sailboat sailing faster than their current aircraft carrier. At that time, it will not be explained in a few words. Someone will definitely send a plane to investigate, and it may even be destroyed. In this way, the group embarked on a new journey. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Threat. Soon, they crossed the Gulf of Mexico. Everyone took off their clothes and lay on the boat, otherwise they would be almost cooked by the heat. Yu and Dazi silently felt the temperature here, thinking about whether he could feel anything. Unfortunately, this method did not work. Maybe the temperature was not high enough. In the end, he could not help but take off his clothes. This damn weather was too hot. Then they crossed South America, approached the South Pacific, and sailed past Easter Island. Then it was Antarctica, where the temperature was very low. It can be said that they experienced the change of 4 seasons in one day. Yu and Dazi still tried to feel the temperature. In the extreme cold, he still wore summer clothes and tried to blend into the cold current. At the same time, he opened his perception to the limit and carefully felt the direction of each wisp of wind, but unfortunately there was little effect. He had to stop. It was indeed as the soul-devouring monument said. It was too early now. It was already night, and the distance traveled today had exceeded the total distance of the previous drifting. It was late at night, and Nobita stood on the deck wearing a cloak, wondering how Shizuka was now. Furoku also didn't sleep, and the two of them talked about their past on the deck. Yu and Dazi also listened carefully and roughly explained how the boat built by his mother was transformed into a pirate ship by his father. However, when he heard that Furoku had taught himself mechanical dynamics, he felt very complicated. It was already a blow to him to have a genius here, and now there was another genius. Where should he put his face as an adult? Just as the two were sighing, Furoku suddenly saw a yellow light spot on the seawater and immediately asked Nobita, "Nobita, what do you think that is?" Nobita looked in the direction of Furoku's hand and saw the unusual light source. The light source quickly approached, and Yu and Dazi also opened his perception and sensed the fluorescent jellyfish. Since the jellyfish have come out today, it seems that we can meet them tomorrow. This time I won't be soft-hearted, especially that damn one. He silently chanted in the quilt and continued to monitor every move on the deck. The jellyfish jumped up under the boat, landed on Nobita's face, and then grabbed his hand and dragged him in one direction. Nobita also reacted. Isn't this the fluorescent jellyfish baby that Shizuka is holding? Is he going to take us to find Shizuka? Nobita looked at the jellyfish, which was covered with wounds, and pulled it over to hug it and said, "It's okay, we are on the way to find Shizuka. You go and rest first. We will see her soon. I promise." After listening to Nobita's words, the baby jellyfish slowly calmed down and began to rest. Do you know this little jellyfish? Furoku had not yet boarded the ship when we released the jellyfish, so he naturally didn't know. This was a very special jellyfish. When we released the jellyfish, it was afraid of water, so it stayed on Shizuka. Furoku looked like he had seen a ghost. Are you bullying me for not having read books? This is the first time I have heard that jellyfish are afraid of water since I have grown up. Nobita smiled awkwardly. After all, this is the first time he has heard that jellyfish are afraid of water. Let's not talk about this. Let's go and rest first. We will continue chasing tomorrow. Furoku said that he had no objection, and the two went back to the cabin to sleep together. The next day, everyone woke up very early. Because Doraemon came with a map, and woke them up one by one, then pointed at the map and said, "We are about to encounter the treasure island. Everyone cheer up and prepare for the battle." Seeing this, everyone could not blame anything and immediately entered a state of combat readiness. The others stood at the bow and looked around, while Dekisugi, who had the best eyesight, stood on the observation deck. Soon after, the sun had risen completely in the sky, and the sunlight shone on them. And as he felt an unprecedented warmth and vitality, and suddenly his heart was moved. He closed his eyes, and began to feel the rhythm of the early sun. Soon after, he opened his eyes, as if he understood something, but also as if he understood nothing. It's a pity that after his mind was in chaos, he could no longer feel anything. This kind of thing really requires a certain amount of luck. Of course, this does not mean that he gained nothing. The pattern of the sun in the talisman has a little more luster flowing inside, which is slightly more shining than other patterns. Since he followed the advice of the soul-devouring monument and did not deliberately trigger its rule patterns, he did not know what effect this rule could bring. At this time, and as he suddenly thought, the soul-devouring monument did not say that the past and the future could not be triggered, so why not give it a try? He did it. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately used a little magic to trigger the future, and then saw a picture. The content of the picture was that he was standing in the sky, surrounded by hurricanes, snowflakes were flying, lightning was raging everywhere, and some people below were hurriedly avoiding lightning and strong winds. The picture only lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared. A line of blood also left his nose, and his brain was injured. And as he wiped them off without alarming anyone, it seems that the price to trigger the lines of the future is not small. Thinking of this, he kept observing the surroundings. Soon after, and as he saw the island rising in front of him, Xiaoshan also saw it, and immediately said to everyone, "Everyone, there is an island rising at the 11 o'clock direction. It is suspected to be Treasure Island." Doraemon immediately took out the scroll to check, and after confirming, he said, "Yes, the location is right. Go full speed." Soon after, everyone saw the full picture of the island, but it could no longer be called an island. Inside, they could see a technological city that surpassed modern times, as well as a huge projection of a figure. The man had also seen them, and turned his whole body around. A hole suddenly appeared in the outer protective layer, and it was Shizuka who came out from inside. Shizuka waved to them from a distance, and everyone was very happy. Only and as he held his forehead, and began to worry. Why did this guy come out at this time? If he wants to come out, he should wait until the ship approaches before coming out. Doesn't he know that it is dangerous to come out now? What an idiot. As expected, his worries became a reality. In addition to Sarah who followed behind, there were two more pirates, one fat and one thin. and as he had an amazing memory and recognized that the two guys were one of the pirates who attacked them on the ship before. Shizuka has been playing hide and seek with the pirates. Sarah tried to stop them, but the two of them ignored Sarah and wanted to catch Shizuka back. Everyone was still approaching quickly, but many torpedoes were suddenly released from under the submarine. Doraemon saw this scene and immediately reacted to drive the boat to avoid it. It must be said that Doraemon's driving ability is still extremely outstanding. He dodged all 10 torpedoes. Unfortunately, the boat made an emergency stop due to the rapid turn and had to restart. Shizuka's situation became more dangerous. However, at this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the sudden projection. It was the projection of the captain. "Why are you following us? Leave here immediately, otherwise I will let you die in the sea." The gloomy voice resounded through the sky, and everyone was shocked by this aura. and as he was not affected at all, but instead made a move that no one expected. He walked behind Furoku who was about to speak to the projection, suddenly covered his mouth, took out a knife, and pressed it against his artery. Everyone on the boat panicked, because he did this without giving them any signs at all, including Izuki. and as he faced the projection and said fearlessly, "Hey, don't be so heartless, Captain John. We traveled half the world to send your son to you. Why are you in such a hurry to drive us away? Captain John, don't you care about your son at all? His life is in my hands now. If you fire again, I guarantee you will only get a corpse." As he said that, Yu and Daisy pushed the knife forward a little, and a trace of blood appeared on Furoku's neck. Fat Tiger and Sunia saw that he was serious, and immediately wanted to stop Yu and Daisy. But he noticed Fat Tiger and Sunia's intentions, prepared the second level spell sleep, turned around and kicked the spell in their faces one by one. They didn't resist at all, and fell asleep immediately. This combo is good, and I can make good use of it in the future. Nobita didn't know that Yu and Daisy used magic to make them sleep, but just thought that he knocked them out with violence, and immediately asked Doraemon for a solution. But Doraemon failed at the critical moment, and the only thing he took out from his pocket was the squid that everyone stuffed into his pocket some time ago. Dekisugi also thought that Yu and Daisy was crazy and wanted to stop him. But Yu and Daisy's voice appeared in his mind. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. Fat Tiger Sunia just fell asleep. I want to help solve his family problems now. Don't interfere. Don't worry, I won't really hurt him. Dekisugi saw him say that, so he had to wait and see what would happen. He thought that, since Yu and Daisy was very sober, he must have his reasons for doing so, and wanted to see what he would do. Don't do it yet, let's talk it over. Captain John showed a panicked expression for the first time, since he became the captain for so long. He saw that this kid had already ignored his companions on the ship, so Furoku, who was not even his companion, would not care. If something really happened, he would not be able to explain to his wife Fire in the underworld. In this way, Yu and Daisy temporarily restrained the people on the ship and started a conversation with Captain John. Chapter 43 Outbreak. Yu and Daisy just smiled at Captain John in front of him. Anyway, the nerves on his face are almost healed now, and smiling is not an expression that takes effort, and there is plenty of time to waste. For the first time, John found that he could not see through a child, but he had to care. If he didn't care, what was the point of his persistence for so long? He had no choice but to negotiate with Yu and Daisy. What do you want to do? I will give you everything you want, just give me back my child. At the same time, he thought to himself, even if I give you all the treasures, what does it matter? Anyway, this planet is almost unsuitable for human habitation. He heard what he wanted to hear, loosened the knife a little, and said loudly, I didn't expect that you love your child so much. Why did I hear that you don't like him at all? Furoku, what do you think about this? Tell me. Then Yu and Daisy loosened his hand that was covering his mouth again. After loosening his hand, the first thing Furoku wanted to do was to turn around and ask Yu and Daisy what he wanted to do. But his weak voice came from behind. Don't you think your father doesn't care about you? You heard what I said just now. Your view has always been wrong. Hurry up and say what you want to say. Now is a good time. So stupid. Furoku only then realized that Yu and Daisy was helping him. He quickly faced the front and said, Dad, do you really still love me and Sarah? You have trapped yourself in the captain's room for several months and never looked at us. You are not what we want to see at all. You have never understood what we want. Captain John was touched by what Furoku said, but was immediately overwhelmed by huge anger. What do you know, kid? Do you know how much I sacrificed after I promised to take care of your mother? Now you are helping outsiders during the negotiations. Can't you understand me as a father? After Furoku heard this, he didn't know where he got the strength to break free from Yu and Daisy's grip. He was immediately annoyed and miscalculated. He should have added strange strength before starting the negotiations. This guy's too impulsive. Then Furoku continued to argue with John, but he knew that the negotiation had failed. Because when he let go, Yu and Daisy knew that the guy would definitely turn on the vortex generator, and then everyone would sink to the bottom of the sea. Sure enough, before he controlled Furoku again, a vortex had already appeared under the ship. He knew that he could not resist the great power of nature, and there were no sigils such as oceans or water drops in the talisman, so Yu and Daisy had to watch the ship sink. But before that, he first lifted the sleeping spell on Fat Tiger and Sunia, otherwise Yu and Daisy was worried that they would sink directly into the sea and drown alive. In that case, he would blame himself. Then, he saw Shizuka temporarily lost consciousness because of their impending sinking, and was grabbed by the arm by the thin pirate. Yu and Dazi knew that he could no longer prevent Sarah from falling into the sea, but he could prevent Shizuka from being caught in the ship again. Thinking of this, he jumped into the sea. After Fat Tiger and Sunia woke up and were about to settle accounts with me, they saw Yu and Dazi jumping into the sea. The two were wondering whether he had fled for fear of crime when the waves finally swallowed them completely. After jumping into the sea, Yu and Dazi activated the strange power and wind magic and moved forward quickly from under the sea, quickly approaching the pirate ship, and Sarah fell down. He swam over quickly to catch Sarah and then heard Captain John say, "Bring up the girl named Shizuka." The two pirates responded, but before they could act, he had already jumped out of the sea, bringing up huge waves. The two had no time to react at all and were kicked unconscious by Yu and Dazi one by one. This time he did not use the sleep magic, and he didn't care whether the pirate was dead or not. Anyway, after he was almost killed last time, Yu and Dazi no longer kept it. He pulled up Shizuka, who had not yet reacted, and gave Captain John a bright smile, and then took Shizuka and Sarah into the sea again. After seeing this scene, John hammered the keyboard helplessly to express his dissatisfaction, and then ordered the pirates to assemble their entire army to attack. Yu and Dazi carried the two girls and left quickly again, floating on the surface from time to time to give them air. After a while, Yu and Dazi found Nobita and his friends who had drifted far away. They had already boarded the bamboo raft, and everyone was very happy to see that Yu and Dazi had brought back Shizuka and Sarah. Sarah threw herself into her brother's arms, and the brother and sister were very happy to see each other. Shizuka also returned to Nobita's arms, and Fat Tiger and Sunia gave Nobita a look that said, "You're done." Unfortunately, Nobita was already addicted to beauty and couldn't extricate himself. "Let me die. I have nothing to be attached to anymore." When Ikazan saw everyone reunited, he just smiled happily, without any other expression. After Yu and Dazi returned to the boat, he let everyone experience the warmth of the reunion, and then walked up to Furoku and punched him in the head. "If it weren't for you, I would have saved a lot of energy." Furoku covered his head and shouted in grievance, "What's wrong with me? Didn't you tell me to say it?" Seeing that he didn't repent, Yu and Dazi wanted to punch him again. But this guy got smart and actually dodged. However, Yu and Dazi didn't intend to let him go and chased him and punched him again. "If you hadn't broken free from my hand and allowed your father to do what he wanted, would we be here? I want to negotiate with him to save the earth." Everyone noticed the key point of Yu and Dazi's last sentence, saving the earth, and they were all surprised. Saving the earth? Why is it related to this? He had to explain. "I just saw from the projection's lip shape that what he said just now was that the future is destroyed, and he wants to use the earth's energy to preserve the last fire for mankind. And the earth's energy will definitely be strictly controlled in the future, so we have come to our time. Now use your brains and think about it. What is under us now?" Dekisugi and Doraemon's faces changed instantly, and they immediately took out the map to check. In the end, they could only sit on the bamboo raft weakly. Fat Tiger and Sunia didn't understand and asked, "What on earth is going on? Why are you so nervous?" Xiaoshin's face was covered with cold sweat. "This is the central waters of the Atlantic Ocean. It is said that there is a huge active volcano on the seabed here. The diameter of the volcano can reach 4 kilometers from south to north. The energy of the Earth's crust gushes out from here and turns into magma drifting on the seabed. Now that John is here, it means that the rumors here are true. If all the energy here is absorbed, the Earth's ecological environment will definitely suffer a devastating blow." Yu and Dazi looked at the sky and continued Xiaoshin's words. "Look at the sky. We don't have much time left now." Everyone looked up at the sky and found that the clouds in the sky had turned into dark clouds. There seemed to be a storm gathering inside, and they also felt that the temperature around them was slowly dropping. "What is going on?" The ignorant people were frightened and retreated, but unfortunately there was no way to retreat. Doraemon explained to them, because the energy from the seabed has been extracted, the temperature on the surface of the earth has dropped. The clouds above our heads condense because of the temperature drop. Don't be too surprised. This is just the beginning of destruction. If the energy is not returned to the volcano, the earth will condense clouds due to the low temperature over time, and the rainfall will decrease greatly. Then the clouds will block the sunlight, and the light will not be able to enter, and then a large area of plants will die. So we must be quick, otherwise we will die in the long run. Everyone was silent after hearing the future described by Doraemon. At this time, Izuki stood up and broke the silence. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must unite to stop that guy Hillford, otherwise we can only wait for destruction. Doraemon also took out the prop flying fish shuttle that he didn't want to use and sent out all his flying fish shuttles. After everyone got on the flying fish shuttle, Doraemon said, "Our mission goal is to stop John Silver from destroying the world. Go." Everyone saluted and answered loudly, "Yes, Captain." Then they all drove to the maximum horsepower and rushed to the treasure island again like an arrow from a string. The front was shrouded in fog, but no one was afraid and sailed towards the huge sphere. Fat Tiger enjoyed the feeling of saving the world and said, "This is how I feel like a man." Froku, who always didn't get along with Fat Tiger, went over and mocked, "What manliness? I think you are scared and hypnotizing yourself." The two began to quarrel in the back. Yu and Dazi felt a little pity because everyone was riding the flying fish shuttle, so the captain's hat left on the escape boat could no longer be used. Doraemon, Dekisugi and Nobita ignored the noise coming from behind and just prayed silently in their hearts, "We will win. We will definitely win." Although there was a lot of noise behind, Yu and Dazi also felt a determination that was no less than the three people in front from the fluctuations of his soul. He also silently made up his mind that we will definitely win. Suddenly, a cannonball appeared in my sensing range and aimed at Doraemon. I immediately reminded him, "Doraemon, left." It immediately turned its head and saw the cannonball, then pulled up the joystick to avoid it. Then a female voice came from the fog. "There is a saying that enemies meet on a narrow road, but I won't let you pass." Yu and Dazi had already sensed it. It was the two bastards on the boat. Then Yu and Dazi soared into the sky. His soul fully attracted the laws of the sky, and the surrounding fog instantly turned into a vortex and enveloped him. Standing in the sky, surrounded by wind and snow, thunder splashed, like a king coming to the world. What a coincidence. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. I felt the same way. Yu and Dazi took out his staff and said condescendingly, while looking at the pirates below. Chapter 44. Until Death. Everyone present was stunned because Yu and Dazi flew into the sky without any props. After showing his power, he had decided to tamper with everyone's memory. Because they were not careful, it would be troublesome if they talked nonsense everywhere. And it might also cause the plot of the demon world to come early. With a wave of his hand, a wind wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the pirates' pursuit and blocking their way back. He was not worried at all because Chumashin would solve the problem for him. Behind the wind wall, no one reacted. However, Chumashin knew that he was a magician, so he immediately said, "Everyone go to stop the energy from leaving the earth first. Yu and Dazi will explain it to you after you come back. Let's go." Everyone thought about it and felt that it was the same. And saving the world is indeed more important now, so put aside the doubts in your heart and move forward. Yu and Dazi held the staff and carefully felt the power brought by the storm in the sky. At this time, the storm not only provided him with the convenience of the venue, but also exposed some of the laws of the sky, which could be felt at will. Now, regardless of the law, he turned his attention to the pirates below. He pointed his staff at the two leading men and said, "I didn't want to kill anyone, but you, a man, have angered me. Since you wanted my life last time, this time, I'll pay you back with all your lives." After saying that, Yu and Dazi waved his staff, and the pirates who were still standing there were instantly blown up by a hurricane, along with their boats. They were blown into the sky by the power of nature, and then a flash of lightning on the staff triggered the laws of the sky, and lightning fell from the sky, splitting the two into ashes. "This is your fate. Wait, especially you two." He looked at the people below indifferently, speaking in the same emotionless words. The woman with red and green hair was sweating coldly. Yu and Dazi's eyes reminded her of their captain's eyes, which were equally resolute, ruthless, and indifferent. "What the hell are you?" the man asked with a chuckle, wanting to know who he had offended. "I'm a magician." There are so many things in this world that you have not seen, and I'm only a small part of them. So don't be afraid, you are just paying the price for your ignorance. Then he waved his staff again, and a wind blade streaked across the sea. The pirates finally realized that now was not the time to be amazed. If they were not careful, they would really die. Seeing the pirates fleeing in all directions, Yu and Dazi communicated with heaven and earth, and the strong wind in the sky formed a tornado on the sea, covering all of them. There is no way to escape. This is their only feeling. Yu and Dazi knew that he could not fight for a long time, because controlling so many forces of heaven and earth at the same time was also extremely mentally exhausting. He quickly summoned lightning one after another to pour in the hurricane, and soon most of the pirates were chopped into ashes by him. Now only the two people are left, that is, Beep and Gaga. He withdrew the large hurricane that consumed a lot of mental energy and controlled himself to land on their submarine. Looking at the two men, Yu and Dazi said expressionlessly, "You killed so many people, how do you feel?" Gaga retorted with tears, "You killed them with your own hands. They are all my brothers." Bibi also swung his sharp blade and slashed at Yu and Dazi. He used his supernatural power to catch the knife with his bare hands, then raised his hand and used the power of the sky to throw Bibi into the endless sky. "It's true that I killed them, but if you hadn't shot me at the beginning, I wouldn't have killed you. Besides, you plundered everywhere. Don't you have enough blood debts?" This sentence was said to the pirates and also to himself. "Look up. The woman you love most is also gone." Gaga looked up and saw a figure being struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Gaga was furious, and then he took out his pistol again and fired at him crazily and uttered words such as "I must kill you." Yu and Dazi looked at his last madness and finally made up his mind to chop him into ashes. After getting rid of all the pirates, he began to sit on the boat and meditate. At this time, he had suppressed himself to the limit. When he killed the first person, he began to regret it, but he knew that once this matter started, it would not end completely unless one of the two sides was eradicated. If they took advantage of his inattention and secretly came back to capture Zayashin and others to threaten him, or even hurt the people he cared about in front of him, he would only regret it more. Therefore, Yu and Dazi had no choice but to cut the grass and root it out. But his conscience still couldn't let it go. If he only wanted to avenge the man with a beard and braids, he would not hesitate, let alone regret it. But once again, he committed too many sins of killing, so much that he began to condemn himself. The physical discomfort soon got used to it, but the inner torment had just begun. He thought of the innocent eyes of those pirates when they died, and the last madness of that man before his death. They seemed to be surrounding Yu and Dazi like a nightmare that could not be shaken off. He began to be silent and began to think about whether he was right to do this. At this time, Dakshin and his friends had already reached the interior of the submarine and started to walk through the maze inside. After a long time, they were already facing John. John just glanced at them and said, "You are here after all." Yu and Dazi was still thinking outside. Now he was trapped in his inner demon and could not get out. Their faces surrounded Yu and Dazi's eyes, and their voices echoed in his ears. His sea of consciousness was already in chaos. He had done it now, but he could not convince himself that what he did was right. The voice of the soul-devouring monument came over. "Don't be confused by the inner demon." Yu and Dazi was awakened by this fierce shout, and the voices around him disappeared. What happened to me just now? He looked around, hoping for an answer. You killed so many people, it's normal to feel guilty. But you have been using the induction technique to the maximum, which caused you to perceive their emotions before death too clearly, and these negative emotions have silently affected you. So they took advantage of your mental relaxation, and entered when you were mentally relaxed, and became your inner demon. If you are not stopped, you will die of mental breakdown. He was frightened, and broke out in a cold sweat. He just walked through the gates of hell again. And it's not just them. This star is also crying. These are affecting your mood and breeding inner demons, so you must pay attention next time. But this is also a good opportunity. While the star energy is being drained, try to comprehend the rules of the stars. He was a little worried. What if the inner demon takes advantage of the opportunity again? The soul-devouring monument said disdainfully, as long as you don't reach the 5th level Grand Mage, I can devour your inner demon. That will be my excellent tonic. Yu and Daisy was speechless. So you were reluctant to take action just now, just to make the food grow a little bigger, right? Insidious villain. No, it's the insidious little monument. Despite complaining, he still turned on the induction technique and tried to comprehend the laws exposed in the stars. Feeling carefully, an ancient will seem to be in every corner around, and the behavior of this will seem to contain certain laws. Yu and Daisy tried to follow its footsteps and act according to his laws. After a while, he had some insights. Just as he was about to pursue more, that consciousness sent an emotion, making him feel the pain of being betrayed, anger and sadness, and triggered his inner demon just now. Yu and Daisy once again began to regret what he had done. The soul-devouring monument looked at this scene, silently swallowed the newly born inner demon, and sighed at the same time. This thing tastes really good, but if it weren't for not wanting you to disturb his finally entered state of perception, I must let you grow up before I take action. He didn't know what it was thinking, but the emotion had disappeared, and it entered the state of perception again. The sky and stars patterns on the talisman also began to light up, flickering. Yu and Daisy didn't know about this change, but continued to feel the laws of the stars. At this time, the events on Doraemon's side had entered a white-hot state. The pirate ship had absorbed enough energy to fly into space, and Doraemon put on the Superman gloves to prevent the loss of energy. But the energy of a star, how can a small prop be compared? In the end, Doraemon was pressed into the energy ball. Nobita saw his closest person being sent into the energy ball and immediately took action. Now he had only one goal in mind, that is to rescue Doraemon at all costs. He found the anti-gravity paint that Doraemon had just thrown out, fell on the wall, and rushed down desperately. Everyone went to help, but they were helpless against the energy ball. Nobita didn't hesitate much, and directly put his hand into the energy ball. The energy ball is not as peaceful as it looks. The huge energy inside brings high pressure, high temperature and huge electrical energy. So the moment Nobita put his hand in, his arm began to burn, but he was not afraid. Nobita, who is usually so afraid of pain, didn't even shed a tear, and continued to move forward firmly. The short distance of half a meter was like a natural moat. Everyone was stunned by Nobita's courage and determination. Fat Tiger and Sunir even began to admire him in their hearts. Finally, Nobita's hand crossed that distance and caught Doraemon. Everyone immediately grabbed Nobita and pulled him out. With everyone's combined efforts, Nobita and Doraemon were pulled out together. Unfortunately, Shizuka was in the front, and she failed to hold Nobita at the last moment, so Nobita and Doraemon fell down together. In the air, Nobita hugged Doraemon tightly with his only remaining left hand. That's great. Even if we die, we won't be separated. Then Nobita lost consciousness. Chapter 45 ending. Yu and Daisy was awakened by the soul-devouring monument again, and found that there was no danger around. Just when he was confused, the soul-devouring monument told him to look above the clouds. Yu and Daisy set his sights on the rocket ship that had already taken off, and found that something had fallen down, one yellow and one blue tightly entangled. He looked carefully, and found that it was Nobita and Doraemon. He immediately ignored everything, and immediately mobilized the sky pattern with all his strength, and then cast a second level wind spell on himself, adjusting the magic power to 3 times. The whole person turned into a residual image and flew out. After more than 10 seconds, he arrived around them, and then slowed down his approach. Yu and Daisy did not intend to catch them directly, because stopping suddenly at such a fast speed, not to mention whether he had enough strength, even if he stopped, it would be a very serious injury to Nobita. He mobilized the power of the sky, and formed a series of strong winds from bottom to top around him, constantly slowing down their speed. When it was almost time, Yu and Daisy flew over, and caught them with his hands. However, his brows did not relax, but frowned even tighter. Shizuka and Fat Tiger on the top all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yu and Daisy catch Nobita. Then everyone returned to the platform to watch the final showdown between the two programmers. What's going on? This guy's vitality is so weak. Yu and Daisy didn't even need to feel it carefully to know that Nobita's life was like a flame in a strong wind, and it was in danger. He quickly took out the wood spirit staff and cast a healing spell. Yu and as he originally wanted to chant a spell to improve the effect, but he was worried that Nobita would die in these few seconds, so he had to cast it directly. A green light merged from his hand into Nobita's body, and the scars on Nobita's body from the electric shock were reduced. Yu and as he still didn't relax, and cast a healing spell again, which made Nobita's breathing a little more stable. With a sigh of relief, this guy's life was saved. Thinking of this, he stopped casting the spell. After all, although this spell is powerful, the effect will gradually decrease if it is cast on the same person continuously. Moreover, receiving treatment multiple times in a short period of time will also damage the body. He plans to wait for a while before continuing the treatment. The sea level suddenly became turbulent, and then the Nobita Mysterious finally surfaced. At this time, several giant wind fans were tied around the ship to provide power, turning an ordinary treasure hunting ship into a spaceship. The mini Dora on it was waving at everyone, and Yu and Daisy flew to the treasure hunting ship and put them down. Doraemon has begun to restart, and he continues to check Nobita's status. The war between the two programmers above has entered a white-hot state, and neither of them is willing to admit defeat. John is fighting to give his son a better future, while Furoku is trying to express his love for this planet to his father in hope that the family will no longer be divided. The victory or defeat of these two programmers will determine whether this planet will live or die, and whether everyone has a future. Furoku quickly typed the code on the keyboard that they could not see, and his father was constantly defusing his offensive. Suddenly, Furoku's face was happy, and he found a loophole in his father's code. Then he quickly launched a crazy attack on this loophole. John looked at his system being broken in disbelief. His repair speed could not keep up with Furoku's cracking speed. Seeing this, he looked at his left hand leaning on the cane. If his hand was still free, he might not have lost. Unfortunately, if he left it, he would have difficulty even standing. He looked at Furoku, his son. It was really the Yangtze River behind the waves pushing the waves ahead, and each generation was stronger than the previous one. He was really old. He couldn't help but put down his hand dejectedly, but suddenly his eyes changed and thought, although he won, I haven't lost yet. Thinking of this, Captain John immediately walked towards his son. Furoku saw that the light around him was shrouded in shadows, and immediately looked up, and saw his father standing behind him. I'm really sorry, I promised Fire that I must give you a bright future. Then, he smashed Furoku's keyboard with the cane in his hand, and now he couldn't write code. Now the only computer that can crack the system is his father's computer, but the others are downstairs, and can't come up for a while. With his own strength, it is impossible to break through his father's blockade. Seeing the spaceship flying higher and higher, he could only worry in his heart. Yu and as he sensed this scene and immediately said, you drive the spaceship to the sky, I will stop them. As he said, he once again used his mental power to attract the sky pattern and flew into the sky. Doraemon also completed the restart after Yu and as he left and commanded everyone to fly to the sky. At this time, the spaceship has reached above the clouds. There is a risk of lack of oxygen if they go up. Shizuka, Fat Tiger and others must get off the airship. Yu and as he grabbed the end of the airship and said to them, you leave first, leave the rest to me. Then he pushed the idlers off the airship. Doraemon was on the spaceship and caught everyone steadily. Soon, Yu and as he flew to the control console above, looked at the father and son who were confronting each other, and said to John, you will definitely fail. John looked at him with his lifeless eyes and said calmly, why are you so sure? Yu and as he smiled and said, because you were born. It seemed like a nonsensical conversation, but John understood what he meant. You were born in the future, which means you can't take away the energy now, otherwise you can't be born. Seeing that he was silent, Yu and as he continued, you insist on looking for energy here, just to fly into space, to find a way to survive, but the past is a foregone conclusion. Why don't you try to change the future? What you should do is give up the energy and return to your era, to find life with your children, instead of exchanging destruction for new life. Your idea was wrong from the beginning. Besides, your wife should love this planet very much, right? You destroy what she loves in exchange for an almost impossible ending. Is this really right? If you are right, why even your son stands against you? John looked at Furoku, and he persuaded him very timely. Yes, Dad, I really hope that our family can be together. Even if the future is destruction, as long as we face it together, it's no big deal. So stop, Dad. John seemed to be moved. Even if you say so, He fell down before he finished speaking, and a diamond-shaped wooden stick inlaid with green gems emerged from behind him. Hey, why did you knock my dad out? Furoku hurriedly helped him up, but Yu and Dazi cast a sleeping spell on him and couldn't wake him up. Come on, stop wasting time. We'll be in outer space if we wait a little longer. Instead of expecting him to wake up on his own, my method is more reliable. Crack it quickly, or we may not be able to go back any later. Furoku had no choice but to crack the program first, but found that there was a protective layer below blocking the instrument from falling. And as he immediately shouted to Doraemon, physically destroy the protective layer below. Doraemon immediately tried many methods below, but none of them could destroy it. And as he was anxious, and immediately jumped down and said, don't just stand there, use your ultimate weapon. Doraemon touched his head. Where did he get his ultimate weapon? Seeing that he was not getting the point, Yu and as he said nothing more, activated the second level strange power spell with 10 times the output, and grabbed Doraemon's feet. What other secret weapon can there be? It's your head. After saying that, he swung Doraemon and smashed it on the protective layer below. Under this huge force, the whole ship shook, and then the protective layer below began to crack. He took the fainted Doraemon, and took a closer look, and found that there was no damage to his head at all. This hardness is also unparalleled. But, when he removed the strange power spell, he found that his hand was already broken. Without the obstruction below, the energy ball fell into the sea very smoothly. Yu and as he gave himself a healing spell, and followed it down. After confirming that it had indeed returned to the volcano, he floated up. How this great adventure is finally completed successfully. I'm so tired and painful. Because of the excessive output power just now, it caused great pressure on his bones, resulting in fractures. A healing spell would definitely not heal. Moreover, he had felt the sky before, and had triggered a huge natural force. His mental power was over 80% consumed, and his magic power was somewhat empty. Of course, the benefits he got were also huge. He had mastered one law, and had achieved some success in 2 laws. He could also fly in the sky. Sure enough, the gains were proportional to the efforts. The 2 ships in the sky were also slowly descending, but he could not rest yet. There were still many follow-ups to deal with. Thinking of this, Yu and Dazi had to continue to force himself to fly to the ship again. Doraemon had woken up again, and no one blamed Yu and Dazi. After all, he had put in a lot of effort here. The modern city had also stabilized in the air, and everyone walked over. At the same time, Yu and Dazi contacted the soul-devouring monument in his mind, and asked him to help change the memory except for Dekisugi, so that they would not remember that Yu and Dazi was a magician. The soul-devouring monument completed its task perfectly, but this time he did not rush back. Instead, he said to Yu and Dazi, I found an interesting gadget in the pirate's treasure room. Remember to take it away when you leave later. Chapter 46 Before Separation. What interesting things do you need to remind me of? Yu and Dazi was immediately interested. There were actually some little gadgets here that he didn't know about. There is a statue in the pirate's treasure room. The cloak on her body was once a very good magic weapon. It should be a defensive weapon. You should be able to use it. Don't leave it behind later. He immediately thought of the statue of mother and child, and nodded to say that he knew. However, Yu and Dazi's current condition is not good, and the injury on his hand has not healed completely. Fractures cannot be treated casually. He must first set the bones before he can use healing magic, otherwise the bones that grow out will be crooked. Yu and Dazi asked the soul-devouring monument, do you have any opinion on my hand? This time, the soul-devouring monument was very decisive and immediately threw him a plan. It can't be cured. There is no hope. Goodbye. After that, he disappeared. No matter how Yu and Dazi shouted, he just didn't respond. Veins popped out on his forehead. Why is this guy the same as Doraemon? Forget it. Just use magic to stabilize it as before, and then go back to the hospital. Alas, the money that was finally earned is going to fly away again. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel sad. At this time, everyone came back to their senses from the brainwashed state and started their own conversation. Yu and Dazi also lifted the sleep spell and let John wake up. Furoku and Sarah ran to his arms and hugged him tightly. He felt the long-lost warmth on his chest and finally smiled on his face. Touching their heads, he said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Let's go back to our time and find the real future." The two children also nodded vigorously. Yu and Dazi saw that everyone was moved and was wiping tears, so he didn't disturb them and gradually disappeared here. Fortunately, the pirate elevator here only needs a password to go up, not when going down. He just walked out of the elevator door, and then he was almost blinded by the light. There is so much gold. Just the reflection of the sky made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Yu and Dazi suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, ready to take the target props first, and then touch some valuable jewelry to run away. Anyway, it's all for taking, so there's no difference between taking more or taking less. Thinking of this, he immediately looked at his goal, the golden cloak. When Yu and Dazi saw it, the smile on his face froze, and he immediately scolded the soul-devouring monument. "You call this a gadget? It can be worth 10 of you, okay?" He really didn't lie. The statue was about 20 meters tall, and the cloak stretched from her head to the ground, and there was still some left. The soul-devouring monument was only about 1.5 meters tall, so it was not a lie to be worth 10 of him. "Ah, you're talking about this because his spirituality is very weak now, so no matter how big it is, it's a small thing. Don't say anything, hurry up and take it away." Yu and Dazi also knew that time waits for no one, so he quickly went up and touched the cloak with his relatively intact left hand, injecting his magic power into the cloak. The magic power seeped into the cloak, and the intermittent magic patterns engraved on it lit up. Soon after, the magic patterns shone, as dazzling as the sun, and in an instant, surpassed the flash of the treasures in the entire treasure room. Even if Yu and Dazi closed his eyes, he could still feel the golden light from the cloak. He couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands to make him feel better. The process lasted for about half a minute before the light faded. He opened his eyes again and found that the cloak had fallen to the ground, and his mind also had more basic information about it. The embrace of the goddess of dawn. This is a defensive weapon damaged in an ancient war. Its basic functions include magic defense and increased flight speed. Other magical functions cannot be used because of damage. He took it in his left hand, and a faint golden mark appeared on the palm of his left hand, which was its weapon mark. During this process, Yu and Dazi felt that his magic power was constantly fading, and he could only pray in his heart that he would not overdraw it. As long as he didn't overdraw it, everything would be fine. Feeling that he still had about 10% of his magic power left, he was relieved that he didn't overdraw his magic power. When he was about to find something to take away, a roar resounded in Yu and Dazi's mind. Which bastard changed the cloak into this? It's really a waste of God's gift. Then came the most cordial greetings from the soul-devouring monument. He couldn't listen any longer and asked, "What's going on to make you so angry? Isn't it still usable?" "It can be used, but the remaining spirit inside has dissipated after the transformation. I don't even have anyone to chat with now, and I have to use my own strength to nurture it. That's not the most important thing. The reason why I'm so angry is that the gold wire used by those guys is simply not worthy of the magic metal here. Not only does it reduce the speed of magic conduction, it also blocks the self-healing ability of this cloak, destroys its magic patterns, and turns it directly from a top grade to an ordinary product. Do you think I can be happy? This cloak should have been created by a 5th level magician, who was not much weaker than me. Now it's like this, alas. Is there any way to remedy it?" When Yu and Dazi heard the news, he immediately wanted to find a way to remedy it. "There is a way. First, take off the gold thread on the cloak. After you go back, then the cloak will become tattered. Then you keep nurturing it with magic power, and it will be restored to its original state in about a month." He was delighted. "So according to you, it only takes 1 month for me to have a level 5 magic device?" Then came the merciless blow of the soul-devouring monument. "You are quite ugly, but you think it is beautiful. After it is restored to its original state, only its appearance is restored. It probably has the power of a level 3 magic device. But its magic patterns have not come back yet, and it needs a long time to be nurtured. Moreover, the most important spirit of magic device is almost gone. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Of course, if you become stronger, it will be very fast. A tic-tac-toe popped up on his forehead. Who do you say is ugly? Although he is not as handsome as Deki, he can be regarded as a little boy, right? Wait, doesn't what he just said mean that he has acquiesced that he is a little boy? No, this idea is too dangerous. Although his body is that of a little boy, his heart is still that of a real man who has experienced ups and downs. Come on, stop bragging. The people up there have almost finished talking. If you don't go up, you will be considered missing. Yu and as he was too lazy to argue with him. The important thing was to rush up quickly without being discovered. He asked the soul-devouring monument to forcibly crack the operation of the machine, allowing him to return to the captain's room quietly. Seeing that everyone had already started talking about what to eat for lunch, Yu and as he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't talk much and had a low sense of presence. After all, everyone hadn't eaten for the whole morning and their stomachs were already starving. The captain took everyone back to the living area by another road. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his theft of the cloak would not be exposed for a while. He suddenly thought that those pirates had been killed by him. If they knew about it, they would definitely alienate him, right? Forget it, he was basically alone anyway. Don't worry, when I change their memories, I will also make them forget that you went to fight the pirates alone, so they won't know that you killed them. Yu and as he was proud of him. He was indeed a level 5 magic weapon with spirit, and he was rigorous in doing things. Having said that, he did feel a little guilty about killing more than 20 of them. After all, some people had no grudges against him, but Yu and as he killed them. The top assistant once again gave Yu and as he some memories, which were fragments of the lives of some of them. After they died, I thought that you might blame yourself for killing innocent people, so I searched for some things from their memories. You can see for yourself. Hearing this, Yu and as he began to check these memories. There was no lack of information about fighting, crimes, murders, arson, etc. in these memories. After reading them, not only did his guilt subside, but also his doubts that he had always had. I said, if these guys really came from the 23rd century, how could they not even recognize Doraemon's props? Yes, these pirates were not from Japan in the 23rd century, but pirates from different time periods, who were just defeated and caught here. They had been professionally trained, and were not unfamiliar with killing people. Each of them had killed several people. It was no wonder that the woman's knife skills were so good. In the future, apart from the people in the Olympics and the special forces, who else would practice knife skills, which were basically useless? The barrier in Yu and as his heart also disappeared. At this time, they also prepared lunch. Sarah cooked French toast himself. The golden toast with honey and jam made people unable to resist taking a bite, bringing infinite flavor to his taste buds. It was no wonder that this taste was praised by so many pirates, but it was a pity that there would be no chance to eat it next time. After eating, he put down the knife and fork, thinking that he would not need to use his hands to hold anything heavy next time, so he reduced the magic power in his hands to save his remaining magic value. There was less than half of the magic power left, and the income and expenditure were almost balanced now, and he could slowly recover a little. Unfortunately, his hands could hardly do anything except move them, and there was even a risk of breaking if they were touched by someone. Soon, everyone would say goodbye. Now, because of the return of heat, the clouds on Earth have become similar to before, and the sky is no longer gloomy but sunny. A group of people stood on the edge of the island, wearing bamboo dragonflies on their heads. Sarah was already crying in the back, and Furoku wiped his tears, walked up to Yu and Dazi and said, "Thank you." He was stunned at first, then reacted and responded to Furoku's words, "You're welcome, we are friends." Chapter 47 More Serious Injuries. After saying goodbye to Furoku, everyone also used the anywhere door to return to Nobita's room, where a blue fat man was reading a book. Seeing the anywhere door that suddenly appeared in his room, He didn't panic at all, but greeted everyone. "Hi, you are finally here. Did you have a good trip?" Everyone nodded and said, "Yes, the content of this trip is very exciting." Doraemon in the future smiled and opened the drawer. A time machine was quietly waiting for everyone. The group jumped down and almost sank the time machine into the ocean of time. It seems that the pressure of having 2 more people is really great. After getting on the time machine, the magic pattern in Yu and Daz's sea of consciousness began to absorb the power of time again, but the speed was very slow, which should be, because the time in the original place was not far away. As the time machine slowly flew to the afternoon, when they set out, everyone went out from it. Yu and as he felt it, and found that the rules on the talisman did change a little, but it didn't have much effect. Everyone went downstairs and said goodbye to each other at the door of Nobita's house and went home separately. After all, they haven't seen their parents for 4 days and everyone misses them very much. After separating from everyone, Yu and Dazhi walked with Demushan for a while and then said to him, "You go back first. I have something to do." He thought Demushan would agree as before, but Demushan stopped him. "Wait a minute, I have something to ask you." His tone was very serious. For a moment, Yu and Dazhi thought that he had been exposed for killing the pirates, and he was so scared that he felt that time had stopped. He slowly turned around and asked with a guilty conscience, "What's the matter? Why make the atmosphere so serious?" Yu and Dazhi wanted to change the subject. Demushan looked serious, stared at him and said, "You said you can do the sleep spell before." Yu and Dazhi was asked this question, and he didn't react for a while, and subconsciously said, "Yes, I do know this spell. Then I saw you standing in front of me covered in blood, but you suddenly fell asleep. It was also you who did it?" Hearing that it was this matter, he silently breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded to admit the fact. "Then why didn't you tell me? Am I not worthy of your trust?" He took a step forward and pulled up his hand, and then his hand broke into several pieces. The sound of bones breaking rang out in this quiet place, followed by severe pain. Yu and Daz's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted on the spot. He quickly adjusted his breathing. Fortunately, his tolerance for pain increased a lot after his mental strength became stronger, otherwise he would have collapsed immediately. Chumushin stared blankly at his hand spinning irregularly, and then saw him bend over and take a deep breath, and he was so scared that he immediately let go of Yu and Dazhi. "What's going on? When did you get hurt?" He endured the severe pain and said with difficulty, "Don't worry about it, I want to go to the hospital." Chumushin also reacted and immediately wanted to grab Yu and Daz's other hand to take him away. "Don't." Unfortunately, he was too slow to speak, and Chumushin had already stretched out his hand. Yu and Dazhi wanted to look up at the sky at this time. He believed that the sky must be grey at this time, just like his mood at the moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it, because the severe pain made it difficult for him to control his body. Isakusen wanted to put Yu and Daz's hand on his shoulder, which would save effort. But when he took his hand, he found that Yu and Daz's left hand was not much better than his right hand. He didn't have much magic power, so his hand was too fragile. His mental power was also very low, and his hands were fractured in many places. Now he was in an extremely exhausted state both physically and mentally. It was simply the most painful injury he had suffered since his debut. Zyadishan didn't know what to do now, just staring blankly at the two broken hands. He adjusted his breathing to get rid of the pain as soon as possible, and then said, "You go back first, I'll go to the hospital by myself." Then he turned and walked towards the hospital. As for the arm, Yu and Dazhi used magic power to stabilize it to ensure that it would not deteriorate further on the road later, which also made his remaining magic power almost dry. Suddenly, a person ran up from behind and stopped in front of Yu and Dazhi. No matter what he thought, he carried him on his back. "I'm sorry that you are like this. I will definitely send you to the hospital safely." Then he started running wildly. Seeing that he was in a state of self-blame and needed to vent in this way, Yu and Dazhi did not stop him. Although the bumps of running were not good for his hands, the hospital was about an hour away from here. The good thing about this town was that basically no basic measures needed to be taken without running too far. However, running for more than 10 minutes with a person of the same weight as himself was already the limit for Zayashi. Fortunately, he was born with good motor nerves. If it was Nobita, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. After his physical strength decreased, Zayashi had to slow down. There was still about 20 minutes to go. Seeing that he was exhausted to the limit, and as he said from behind, "Okay, put me down here." Demishin shook his head stubbornly. He would not give up easily on things he had determined. Seeing that he had no intention of putting him down, and as he had to say, "Put me down. My hands will also feel uncomfortable if I keep shaking on your back." Demishin heard what he said and then slowly stopped. Finally, he gently put him down on the side of the road. Then he heard his voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't think of this, it's all my fault." Seeing his low tone, and as he immediately walked up to him, only to see that his face was covered with tears. And as he said he was helpless, "Why are you crying? I was the one who was injured like this, I don't blame you." Seeing Demushan like this, he had to comfort him. "Okay, it's okay, can't you think about the good side? We just saved the earth. Don't cry, how about a smile?" But it didn't work for Demushan. He still stood there crying, and there were people standing there watching, thinking that he bullied the child, pointing and talking there. Now he feels that his whole person has faded. Now it's a naughty child who is not easy to coax. How can such a smart child be so difficult to coax? He has been almost autistic. "Okay, let's go to the hospital first, okay? I'm still in a hurry here." Now his hands are not convenient to move, so he can only persuade with words. Demushan had to wipe his tears with his hands and started to walk towards the hospital. And as he breathed a sigh of relief and followed him. The two did not talk much along the way and soon arrived at the hospital. Because his hands were inconvenient, Chumushin arranged other things for him, and and as he went directly into the ward, where a middle-aged doctor was waiting for today's patients. The doctor sat meticulously on the clean desk, with a mask on his face, and only a pair of eyes with glasses exposed. Seeing that the two people came were very surprised. "Which of you two is injured? If it's a minor injury, don't go to the orthopedics department next time." And as he walked up to him silently and said, "I'm injured. The arm should be the minor injury you said. Please heal me as soon as possible." The doctor nodded and motioned him to raise his hand for the doctor to see. And as he had to move closer again and said, "Sorry, I can't lift it up." Without magic to support his hand, it hurts even if he stands still. Seeing him say this, the doctor began to take it seriously, walked in front of him, and gently squeezed his hand, then immediately let go, took off the mask and observed carefully. Then he picked up and as his hand again, carefully observed his arm, and twitched his mouth. "You call this a minor injury? I haven't met a patient with a minor injury like you in months." Then he immediately asked and as he to lie on the bed and slowly straightened his arm bones piece by piece. This process was indeed unbearable, but it was nothing compared to the pain of having his two hands broken by Demushan. And as he didn't say a word during the whole process, which made the doctor started out his life again. Is this a fake child? Although he thought about it, he didn't slow down. After nearly an hour, and as he got out of bed with gauze wrapped around his hands and a pile of flat wooden boards, the doctor kept telling him to come every day to change the dressing. And as he nodded, then turned around and let the soul-devouring monument clear his memory. Anyway, he should be almost healed tonight. If he doesn't come tomorrow, it will arouse other people's suspicion, so he might as well clear it. Then he and Demushan went to the payment office to pay the fee. The total is 9,500 yen, and Social Security will reimburse 70%, which is 2,850 yen. "How much do you two kids have to pay?" The aunt at the door looked at them with a smile. Izuku immediately reached out to find his wallet. He knew that and Daisy had no money, so he would pay this part. But after searching for a while, he found that he didn't bring his wallet, because he went out for adventure. And Daisy had already taken out the first salary he brought with him, and handed them over with a blank expression, but a bleeding heart. "If I had known this, I should have touched some jewelry before leaving." The aunt had already given him the change of 150 yen, and Daisy took it with his bandaged hand. His magic power had recovered a little because of that hour, which made his hand temporarily like that of an ordinary person. Izuku looked at him without saying a word, and after collecting the change, he walked out with Yu and Daisuke. The sun was still so shining today, and the sky without clouds could not block the light at all. It is already October, and in another month it will be the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. On the way back, Chumushin still said nothing, and Yu and as mental power was too depleted, and the soul-devouring monument was also insufficient due to constant brainwashing, so he could only restore some mental power through meditation. Otherwise he might not be able to hold on for long, and would have to sleep on the road. In this way, the two did not speak all the way. Chapter 48 Dealing with the Spoils. Arriving at the door of his house, Yu and he stopped. Now that his hands were wrapped in bandages, it was really inconvenient for him to meet his adoptive parents. Zayashi, help me, remove the bandage on your hand. But he refused. No, your hand is injured like that. You must take good care of it. This little guy was really stubborn, so I had to explain to him, don't worry about my hand. The most important purpose of my going to the hospital is to straighten the bones. Otherwise my magic treatment will affect the development of the bones. Now my goal has been achieved, and it can be healed with healing magic. After hearing this, Zayashi weighed the pros and cons, and came up to untie the bandage for Yu and Daisuke. While working, Chumushin asked him, I was basically with you during the adventure before. When did you get injured? Why didn't we know? And, with such a serious injury, why can you still eat with us as if nothing happened? As he spoke, he had already removed the bandage on one hand, revealing the fixation device and the medicine left by the doctor to promote bone growth. You're talking about this. The injury happened when I threw Doraemon. The bones couldn't bear the weight because I used too much force. As for eating with you later, it was because I controlled my magic to temporarily glue the bones together so that they looked like they were not injured. If you hadn't hugged me, I wouldn't have been in such a serious condition this time when I went to the hospital. Yu and he still stated the facts expressionlessly. After hearing this, Mushin paused his movements and continued to remove the bandages for him after a few seconds. After a while, the full layers of bandages were removed. He first used a small amount of magic to protect the bones, and then chanted a spell to cast a second level healing spell. Because of his mental strength, his magic power only recovered less than 10% on the way. This time, the magic almost drained Yu and Daisuke, and he frantically tested the edge of magic overdraft. The healing of bones was easier than he thought, and one healing spell allowed the fractured surfaces of his bones to begin to glue together. Although it was better, it was just a change from multiple fractures to multiple bone fractures. Of course, the advantage is that the bones will not break easily without bandages. Let Chumushin throw the removed bandage to the garbage collection area. It is 5 o'clock now. The clouds are dyed orange by the sunset. The shadows of the two teenagers are constantly lengthening under the sunset. I returned home with Chumushin and saw my aunt busy in the kitchen. Aunt, you don't have to cook for me tonight. Yu and his hand has not healed yet, and his magic power is almost overdrawn. Eating now is simply a torture for him. Okay, I know. In the future, try to come back for meals, okay? Yu and he agreed, and went upstairs to rest. The sequelae of mental emptiness is sleepiness, but he didn't dare to sleep. Because Zayashi will come to see him through the portal tonight, he wants to stop Chumushin from saying something like, don't take risks anymore, or let Zayashi over there keep an eye on him. Night fell quietly. Yu and he recovered about 20% of his mental power through meditation, and more than 30% of his magic power. So he stood up, and gave himself 2 healing spells to heal his arm. It took nearly 3 hours to recover 20% of his mental power, which was a very slow speed. Now there was still about 40% of his mental power in his sea of consciousness. Although it was not much, it was enough. Zayashi was lying on the table in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. And as he walked to the desk and sat down, took out the golden cloak, and began to dismantle the gold thread on it. The touch of magic metal and ordinary gold and the hardness, after injecting magic power, were still easy to distinguish. After a while, he tore the cloak into tatters. Chumushin saw him dismantling such a beautiful cloak, and looked at Yu and in confusion, wondering why he did this. but he knew that Yu and Dazi must have his reasons for doing this. Just when he dismantled the 7th place, a door suddenly appeared in the room. It was Doraemon from the past who came to see if these people were really in the room. Sure enough, after opening it, the sound of waves flowing in the ocean and the deep blue sky came from the opposite side. Dazi, Zyadishin and Doraemon were all on the opposite side. Chumashin had been waiting for them for a long time, and immediately warned Zyadishin on the opposite side. Listen, you must keep an eye on Yu and Dazi, don't let him. Before he finished speaking, Yu and Dazi covered his mouth to stop him from continuing, otherwise he would be the sinner who changed history. But since he had already said something that would arouse their suspicion, Yu and Dazi had to answer, don't worry, I just did some high return things, and he was worried that I would get hurt. But don't worry, my harvest is very rich, and I will come back safely. Don't worry too much. We are here, so you can take risks without worrying. After hearing what Yu and Dazi said, the people on the opposite side were still a little confused, but when they saw that he came back safely, they closed the door. Seeing them go back, Dazi breathed a sigh of relief and let Zyadishin go. Chumashin broke free from the clamp and immediately asked him, why don't you let me speak? Yu and Dazi glanced at him indifferently. Do you want to change history? Zyadishin was confused by his question. We were already close to outer space. If I didn't try my best to break the protective layer, we would not be able to survive outside. John's plan would then succeed, and the Earth would be destroyed. Even so, do you still want to tell them about me? If you still want, you can go to Doraemon and borrow the Anywhere door to find them, and then tell him not to let me break the protective layer of Treasure Island. Zyadishin was silent for a long time, and after a low voice, he said, sorry, I didn't think so much. Seeing that he finally gave up the plan, Yu and Dazi was relieved. After all, he was worried that Zyadishin would really go to borrow the Anywhere door. Okay, I don't blame you. It's just that you are usually so calm. How could you be so unwise today? Zyadishin tilted his head to the other side, closed his eyes and said, I just don't want you to get hurt, and I don't like you hiding everything from me. By the way, Zyadishin turned his head to look at him. Why did you come back covered in blood last time? He took up the embrace of the Dawn Goddess again, and began to remove the stitches. Something went wrong when I was practicing last time, but it was fine when I came back. It's just that I forgot to clean up the blood on my body. I'm really sorry to make you worry so much. Demishin scratched his head and looked at the cloak in his hand. Why do you keep taking this thing apart? Isn't it good to keep it intact? And where did you get this cloak? You didn't steal it. He paused slightly for a moment. What kind of questions is this guy asking? Can't he pretend that he doesn't know that I secretly took the trophy from that island? Also, can a magician's work be called stealing? I did take this cloak from there. Anyway, they can't use this magic device, so leaving it there is a waste of money. Why not let it shine brightly for me? Chumashin looked at him and just kept looking at him. Yu and Dazi felt embarrassed to be looked at, so he had to stop what he was doing. Okay, I stole it, okay. What do you want to do? It's impossible to give it back. It's impossible in this life. Chumashin then moved his body back, folded his hands and said, this is the first time I see someone talk about stealing so confidently. And putting aside the fact that you stole something, you said you wanted to make it shine brightly, but I think it's much more worn out than before. At least it was intact before. Yu and Dazi was about to refute, but when he saw the cloak in his hand, that looked like a piece of rag, he didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he decided to speak with facts. Look here. Yu and Dazi put a smaller hole in front of him, and Zyadishin nodded to indicate that he saw it. After injecting magic power into the cloak, the magic pattern began to emit a faint light, and then it began to heal gradually, as if it had life. The silk thread began to extend from the original break, connected to the other end, and then began to slowly shrink to its original size. The original 3 cm hole was reduced to less than 2 cm. Yu and Dazi was also fascinated by this process. It was the first time he saw an object being healed like life, and the whole process was also very ornamental. Then he looked at Emushan, whose worldview was overturned again, and felt very proud. You hit me when you have nothing to do. However, no matter how proud he was, he still had to explain to him, this cloak is made of magic metal. It was damaged due to the war. Later people sewed it with gold silk thread, which made it look intact but actually fragmented, so I want to tear off the gold thread. Magic metal can recover by itself when it encounters magic power, so I want to use magic power to gradually recover it. So this is not destruction, but giving it a new life. Wait, he suddenly grasped the key point in his words. This is gold thread, made of gold. Then he can solve his lack of funds. Thinking of this, Yu and Dazi looked at the gold thread that he had thrown around. Chumashin looked at the cloak. It was the first time he had seen such a magical thing. He touched the cloak and felt that it was no different from ordinary cloth, but he said it was magic metal. The world of magicians is really bizarre. This world is so big, there must be many things that have not been discovered by humans. I must go and see more in the future. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 Sharpshooter Competition. After removing all the gold threads, Yu and Dazi was already very tired. He said hello to Chumashin, who was still looking at the cloak, and then went downstairs to wash up. When he came back, he saw Chumashin carefully touching the cloak. His mischievous mind suddenly emerged, and he quietly approached Zyashin from behind, stretched out his hands on his shoulders, and suddenly patted his shoulders heavily and said, Zyashin, what are you doing? Chumashin felt a chill rushing to his head, his brain went blank, and even his heart stopped for a few seconds before it started beating again. After trying to breathe a few times, he turned around and touched his heart with one hand, raised his fist with the other hand to his head, and shouted in shock, do you know that this will scare people to death? Looking at his expression, he had never seen this look since Yu and Dazi came to his house. Although it was a bit excessive, he still laughed. Seeing that Yu and Dazi had no regrets and even laughed out loud, he said angrily, I will ignore you, and went downstairs to wash up. Yu and Dazi also stopped smiling, jumped onto the bed, and began to rest. He was really tired today, and fell asleep in a few minutes. After he fell asleep, Chumashin finished washing up and returned upstairs. Seeing him lying on the bed without covering himself with the quilt, he sighed and stuffed him into the quilt, then lay down on the other side and fell asleep. The next morning, Yu and Dazi's biological clock failed, and he was not woken up until 7:30 by Chumashin. His parents had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for him. He didn't eat last night and was really hungry. He changed his clothes and went downstairs to eat. Seeing that he got up so late, his adoptive father said, are you so tired from playing yesterday? You should take care of yourself. Yu and Dazi nodded, thanked him, wolfed down today's breakfast, and went to wash up. This morning, everyone discussed and decided to read for a while in the morning and go out to play or sketch in the afternoon. Of course, there was a reason for not going out in the morning. After Yu and Dazi woke up this morning, he found that the free magic power in his sea of consciousness was enough to copy the next ancient character, so he would not delay any longer. While Chumashin was concentrating on reading, he began to carve the 6th mark in his sea of consciousness. This time, there was no obstacle in the copying process, and he successfully wrote the 6th mark. After completing it, Yu and Dazi felt that it was communicating with the heaven and earth, and the power of the heaven and earth carved regular patterns for it. At this time, he found that he could also feel something at this time, although it was very little. In the afternoon, Chumashin said that he wanted to read a book for a while, so he went out alone. After walking out and thinking about it, he felt that the possibility of meeting Fat Tiger in the open space was the greatest, so he walked towards the open space. Sure enough, Yu and Dazi saw many familiar figures there, Fat Tiger, Sunia, and Nobita, and 2 people he didn't know. They were holding their respective pistols and constantly gesturing and showing off their weapons. By the way, Yu and Dazi walked over and asked, everyone is here, what are you talking about? Fat Tiger smiled and said, we are imitating cowboys. He was a little curious, why are you imitating cowboys? Don't you want to go to school and herd cattle? Fat Tiger's face became dull. He didn't expect that this guy's attention was completely different from that of ordinary people. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Xiaofu immediately said to him, "Didn't we meet pirates last time? I think their posture of holding guns is very handsome, so we want to imitate it." "Oh, sorry, I forgot that some people who don't have guns and are almost killed may not like this activity." After Xiaofu finished speaking, he smiled and secretly glanced at Yu and Dazuki. Hearing Xiaofu mention this again, a few wells appeared on his forehead, and he thought to himself, "I don't have a plastic gun, but I do have a nice gun that can stick you into the wall. Do you want it?" When Nobita heard this, he ran back immediately. Everyone thought that he did this because his self-esteem was hurt. Yu and Dazuki looked at Xiaofu with a bad look, thinking that if he had the chance, he would definitely give him a good beating and teach him how to talk. Xiaofu was shocked. His sharp intuition, which he had developed from years of hanging around Fat Tiger, sensed that Yu and Dazuki had murderous intentions towards him. He immediately hid behind Fat Tiger, hoping that his majestic body could give him a sense of security. Fat Tiger also broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Why did you mess with him? He dragged me into the trouble he had caused. Next time, I'll find a chance to teach him a lesson and teach him what to do when he's in danger." Xiaofu didn't know that he had offended the second boss unintentionally, and he was still sticking out his tongue at Yu and Dazuki from behind. Yu and Dazuki stared at him expressionlessly, with 4 words written on his eyes: "You're dead." Just when Yu and Dazuki was considering when to take action, Xiaofu came to the open space at this time and rescued Xiaofu, who was in danger. Demishan turned from behind the wall, waved to everyone and said, "Hey everyone, what are you talking about?" Fat Tiger was relieved. This guy rarely used force in front of Xiaofu, so it seemed that he was safe today. But Fat Tiger decided to let Xiaofu know that peace comes at a price. Fat Tiger explained that the reason why everyone took out their long collected toy guns was because of the pirates they encountered a few days ago. His shooting skills were very good, and he said, "Even Yu suffered a great loss here. I must practice hard." Yu and Dazuki glanced at him and thought expressionlessly, "Humph, even the person you admire most died under my lightning, and you, a little kid, still want to defeat me? Dream on." Just like this, they chatted casually, and suddenly Nobita came back and brought back a good thing. "Hey, everyone is still here. Let's play a shooting game. I promise it will be fun." Everyone stood up, and Fat Tiger also got down from the cement pipe that was always placed in the open space, and said, "Then you'd better take out something I'm interested in, otherwise I will make you look good." This time Nobita was not scared, but took out the air pistol coating liquid he had just got from Doraemon. As long as this thing is applied to the hand, it can fire an air bullet, and this bullet will never hurt anyone. But if you are hit, you will be knocked out for a while. So let's use this to play the sharpshooter game. Fat Tiger thought about it and said, "It seems very interesting. Do you want to play?" Everyone raised their hands to show their agreement, and Yu and Dazuki also raised his hand. When I was a child, I always imagined that I could pick up a pistol and duel with the enemy, and now it is no exception. But when I saw that Xiaofu didn't raise his hand, I went over to ask why. Chumushin explained, "I have never played shooting games, so I'd better not play." Yu and Dazuki put his right hand on Xiaofu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you won't get hurt, even if you are knocked down. It's just a game anyway. Practice now, and you won't be helpless if you encounter it in the future." Xiaofu thought about it and felt that what he said made sense, so he nodded and decided to join. When everyone saw Chumushin join, the atmosphere instantly changed. Because Chumushin has always been a good student in the class, everyone always feels that there is a gap between him and themselves. They were also very jealous of Xiaofu's achievements, but due to his status as class monitor, they could not easily attack him. Now he is looking for death himself, and there is a reason to bully him openly, and everyone's eyes looking at him gradually changed. Xiaofu also felt that the pressure on him suddenly increased, so he had to look around, but he still couldn't find the source of these invisible pressures. He touched his head helplessly, with confusion in his eyes. Seeing that everyone agreed, Nobita smiled in his heart and thought, these guys finally took the bait. Let me see how I deal with you this time. Especially you and Dazzy and Fat Tiger, I told you not to bully me all the time. At this time, Yu and Dazzy suddenly felt his nose itchy and couldn't help sneezing. He woke up and blew his nose, thinking, I scolded, I thought about it, and I caught a cold. There must be another guy who doesn't know how to live or die secretly scolding me. Okay, now that everyone agrees, let's start explaining the rules. Nobita walked to the middle of the group and began to explain the rules of this game. First, this air pistol coating liquid, each time you apply it is a shooting opportunity. I will apply it on everyone's finger once, which means that everyone has 10 bullets. The purpose of the game is very simple, to knock down everyone except yourself. But you have to wait 5 minutes after everyone has received the bullets before you can start shooting, and the person left at the end is the winner. Do you have any questions? For such a simple rule, everyone said that they understood. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Nobita nodded with satisfaction and then asked everyone to come up one by one to receive their own air pistol bullets. Soon it was Yu and Daz's turn, and he handed his hands to Nobita. Nobita picked up the coating liquid and tapped it on each of his fingers, leaving only a faint yellow mark on his hand. He quietly used his mental power to feel it and found that there was a little wind attribute energy in it. But this energy is completely different from the magic he used, and Yu and Dazzy didn't know how to explain the source of this. Future technology is indeed a two-way road from magic. Seeing that everyone had received the bullets, Nobita, as the organizer, said, okay, everyone's conditions are fair. Now everyone separate and start our duel this afternoon. After everyone agreed in unison, they left the empty space with caution. After seeing that everyone had left the open space, Nobita showed a sneer. This afternoon's hunting begins now. Finally, he followed the footsteps of everyone and left here. Chapter 50, Nobita shows his power. The two unknown people walked away separately. They seemed to be very wary of each other. They were probably not very familiar with each other. Sunir also started to act alone. Fat Tiger was nowhere to be found. Yu and Dazzy was still walking with Dekisugi. As for Nobita, Dazzy used the induction technique to sense that he was just strolling around the street, as if he was taking an afternoon walk. He looked like he was sure of winning. He was dismissive of this and said, I'll teach you to be humble later. Then he looked at Dekisugi next to him. He seemed to have no confidence in his shooting skills, so he pulled him to the river. No one was playing baseball there today. Yu and Dazzy stood under the tree by the river and asked Zyadishan to stand about 20 meters away from him and asked him to shoot at his chest. Dekisugi refused righteously. No, how can I hurt you? Yu and Dazzy smiled and said, don't worry, it's not that easy for this thing to hurt me. Have you forgotten that the real bullet couldn't kill me at the beginning? Zyadishan thought for a while before starting to aim. He raised his finger and began to aim at the part he asked him to shoot. He gradually aligned his thumb, index finger and eyes, and ended the aiming process with a bang. The air bullet instantly condensed between his fingers. At this moment, Yu and Dazzy summoned the embrace of the goddess of dawn and draped it on his body. Although this cloak was tattered, its protective ability was not mainly based on its body, but on the energy barrier stirred up by the surroundings. The bullet hit his chest the moment the golden cloak appeared. Dazzy only felt a gust of wind passing by, without any pain or dizziness. Looking at the location where he was hit, it was exactly in the center of his chest. Who said you can't shoot? I see you have a strong shooting ability. You can hit the bullseye with one shot. Chumushin heard his praise, just smiled and scratched his head and said, no, it's just luck. This is my first time playing a shooting game. Yu and Daz's mouth twitched unconsciously, thinking, you are the first time to do everything, but you do better than some veterans. You are really gifted. At this time, Chumushin pointed to the cloak he put on and said, this is the cloak. It seems to have a strong defense. He nodded, feeling that this cloak should be able to defend against the second level spell in its torn state, and then he needs to inject magic power to form a magic barrier again. But this is not bad, at least it is equivalent to having a second level body protection spell on his body at all times, which is very necessary for a fragile mage like him. Then Yu and Dazzy pointed to a tree next to him and said, let's see who can shoot more leaves. For the sake of fairness, you can only shoot the branch designated by the other party. What do you think? Chumushin nodded. The two walked to the tree, randomly designated a branch, and then stood about 20 steps away to shoot. With 5 bangs, they returned to the tree and looked at the leaves they had shot down. Both of them shot down more than 5 leaves with 5 shots, but only the leaves on the designated branches were effective. After finding the branches they had just designated, they began to compare. What followed was Zyadishin's 1-minute-long consolation to Daisuke. It's okay, we are all beginners, and it's normal that you didn't shoot a few leaves on that branch. This is just a small competition, and the victory or defeat is not important, so don't take it too seriously. Gian and as his faded face glanced at him and thought to himself, obviously, we are both people who have just come into contact with shooting, but he can shoot down 5 leaves on the branch, while I didn't have a single leaf falling from my branch. He knew there would be a gap, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. This blow directly made him pale and began to doubt his life. At this time, Nobita had met the first person whose name he couldn't remember. Nobita stood in front of him with his head held high and said, "Come on, I'll let you shoot 3 times." The little fat man immediately raised his hands to shoot at Nobita, but he couldn't hit such a big target as Nobita after 5 shots. Nobita saw that he had lost his edge, narrowed his eyes, raised his hands, bang. This action was very smooth, done in one go, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. The little fat man fell down, and Nobita walked in front of the little fat man and blew his hands gently. This is a cowboy's show-off performance. After winning the victory, blowing the barrel of the gun, Zyofu, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw it and immediately gave up his idea of just going head-on and ran away quietly. Gian and as he still wanted to practice shooting with Zyadishin, but Zyadishin was a little worried. What if we run out of bullets and encounter enemies later? He replied expressionlessly, "It doesn't matter. If they dare to attack us, I will use magic to let them know what a real air cannon is." Although the sky was clear and there were no clouds in the sky, he could still use the sky lines to attract the power of the sky to form some small attacks, so it was not a big problem to bully people. When Zyadishin heard him say this, he wiped the non-existent sweat and smiled and said, "It's just a game. There's no need to use magic, right?" After he finished speaking, Yu and Azzy kept looking at him and suddenly smiled and said, "Are you kidding? Why would I use such a deadly magic in this regard? At most, I can quietly use a water ball to wash away the air gun bullets." Zyadishin was relieved to hear him say this. After discussing with Zyadishin, it was not a good idea to stay here all the time, so we decided to walk around and look for the target. Zyofu has also found his teammate, Skinny, and he followed Nobita with him, ready to find an opportunity to kill from behind. Nobita was walking aimlessly on the road and saw a luxury car parked on the side of the road and couldn't help but take a few more glances. The smooth body, red lines and high-end tires all fascinated Nobita. "Ah, it's really a luxury car. When can we buy a car?" The days of having a car are so wonderful. This exquisite touch, these silver windows, and the shining rear view mirror, and the 2 people on the rear view mirror. 2 people. Nobita was instantly alert, turned around and raised his hand, bang bang. Sunia and the thin man fell to the ground immediately, without the slightest ability to fight back. Nobita put his hands in his pockets, turned around and said, "It's right for you to sneak attack the enemy who is stronger than you, but when your figure is exposed to my sight, you have already failed." After that, he walked towards the distance, and the shadow behind him enveloped the defeated 2 people. Zyadishin and the others slowly walked to the open space, which was where they started. It seemed that there was no one here, but he used the induction technique to scan the surroundings, and found that Fat Tiger was pulling a few dogs, and then scanning the open space from time to time. He knew that this was a tactic used by Fat Tiger to consume the opponent's bullets, but this thing was useless to the 2 people. Anyway, they didn't rely on bullets to survive. Let him squat there, and let him know that conspiracy and tricks are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. At this time, Yu and Azhi suddenly felt the arrival of Nobita. Just now he was busy with Fat Tiger, and Nobita was less than 20 meters away from here. He thought of a plan and smiled. Pretending to continue walking forward with Dekisugi, Nobita really walked to the open space and saw them. A second later, Nobita immediately hid. After all, everyone is now a competitor, so as expected, Nobita was quietly aiming from behind. In a flash, Nobita rushed out and shouted, "Bang bang." Nobita's reaction was not unexpected, and then Yu and Dazhi used the second level body protection technique that he had prepared in advance to protect Zayashi, and his main body was quietly defending against this attack by the embrace of the goddess of dawn that had been taken back. Then he pretended to be shot just now and lay down, and Dekisugi did the same. Seeing that both of them were shot and fell to the ground, Nobita came over happily, walked in front of the two bodies, and prepared to observe his trophy. At this moment, something strange happened. 3 dogs suddenly ran out from the bushes not far away. Nobita immediately gave up checking his trophies, then raised his hand and fired 3 shots at the 3 vicious dogs, each shot hitting the bullseye, and the 3 dogs immediately fell down with a wail. Nobita immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and when he was about to take a look at the trophies, a voice came from the bushes just now. "Hey, Nobita, how many bullets do you have left?" "None of my 10 bullets have been used. Now there are only 2 of us left. I wonder what you think?" Nobita snorted coldly, "I only have 1 bullet left, but it's enough to deal with you." Fat Tiger sneered, "Ha, you are quite courageous." Then the 2 of them said nothing, and the atmosphere on the field was extremely depressing. Because of nervousness, sweat flowed on their faces, but no one wiped it off. At this time, an unnecessary action could lead to their own failure. Fat Tiger swallowed his saliva, and first of all, he couldn't hold back his breath, and quickly drew his gun and pointed it at Nobita. At the critical moment, Nobita also dodged Fat Tiger's bullet by rolling, and then knelt on one knee and shot at Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger had also seen this scene, but unfortunately time did not allow him to react. Bang! As Nobita's voice sounded, Fat Tiger flew out, as if he was hit by a cannonball, and fell heavily to the ground a few seconds later. The duel also ended. Nobita withdrew his hand, and turned away like a lone ranger. The shadow also lengthened with the setting sun, making people feel that he had a sense of being alone, and seeking to defeat the enemy. But after taking a few steps, a stone under his feet blocked his way, and Nobita was tripped by mistake. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.